You ever have one of those moments where you think you're finally catching a break, only to realize you've accidentally set your life on fire? Yeah, that's me right now, standing in the ashes of what I thought was my big win, all because of a single leather jacket. Welcome to my TIFU story. Today I fucked up, where one impulse buy turned my workplace into a conspiracy theory convention. Buckle up because this is a wild ride, and it all starts with me thinking I could have one nice thing without the universe laughing in my face. Let me paint you a picture. For years, my financial life was a dumpster fire. Not just a little smoky, full-on, 5-alarm, call the fire department disaster. Credit card bills stacked higher than my laundry pile, a phone that flickered like it was auditioning for a horror movie, and a wardrobe that screamed, "I gave up in 2018. I was scraping by, eating instant noodles for dinner and pretending it was a personality trait. But then, like a ray of sunshine breaking through a storm, I caught a break. Not lottery-level money, mind you, but enough to make me feel like I could breathe for the first time in forever. A little windfall, a side gig that paid off, a tax refund that didn't vanish into the void. Call it what you want, but it was mine. So what did I do? I got responsible. I paid off some lingering credit card debt that had been haunting me like a ghost in a bad rom-com. I replaced my dying phone, the one that dropped calls like it was playing hot potato. And then just once I let myself dream a little. I walked into a store, saw this leather jacket, sleek, black, the kind of thing that makes you feel like you could star in your own action movie, and I thought, why not? I'd been good. I'd been frugal. I deserved one splurge, right? So I bought it. Swiped my card, walked out feeling like a rock star, and promised myself I'd wear it like a badge of honor. Big mistake. Huge. If I'd known what was coming, I'd have burned that jacket in the parking lot and saved myself the chaos. The next day, I strolled into work wearing my new prize. Picture me. Same old jeans, same scuffed sneakers. But now, with this leather jacket draped over my shoulders like I was channeling my inner James Dean. I didn't say a word about it. Didn't strut, didn't pose, just walked to my desk like it was any other Tuesday. But here's the thing about offices, they're like small towns in a soap opera. One tiny change, and suddenly everyone's got a theory. I thought I was flying. Under the radar. But I was about to learn that radar doesn't exist when you stop looking like the broke coworker everyone's used to. It started innocently enough. I'm grabbing coffee in the break room when my coworker Dave, the guy who thinks dad jokes are a career path, spots me. "Damn, new money?" he says, grinning like he's just cracked the code to my soul. Everyone laughs, including me, because Dave's always saying dumb stuff like that. I brush it off, sip my coffee, and think, "Cute, Dave, go back to your spreadsheets." But then, like a spark hitting dry grass, it spreads. By lunch, another coworker, Sarah, leans over and goes, "What's with the glow-up? You strike it. Bridge or something?" More laughs, more eyes on me. I'm still thinking it's just banter, you know? Office humor. Harmless. But here's where it gets weird. Later that day, I'm at the copier minding my own business when Tom from accounting, quiet, nerdy Tom who never talks unless it's about tax codes, sidles up and whispers, "So, you got a side hustle or what? Crypto? OnlyFans?" I nearly choke on my own spit. "What?" "No, Tom, I just bought a jacket," I say. But he's already giving me this look like I'm hiding a Swiss bank account. I laugh it off, but there's this prickle on the back of my neck like I've just stepped into a game I didn't sign up for. By the end of the day, the jokes aren't jokes anymore. I overhear whispers in the hallway. He must have gotten a bonus. Nah, probably a secret inheritance. Bet he sold a kidney. A kidney. These people have known me for years, seen me bring the same sad turkey sandwich for lunch every day, and now they're acting like I'm 1 Bitcoin away from buying a yacht. I try to shut it down. "Guys, I just got ahead a little and treated myself," I say at the water cooler, hoping that'll end it. Spoiler, it doesn't. If anything, it's like pouring gasoline on a barbecue. Here's a hook for you. Have you ever done something totally normal, only to have everyone around you turn it into a crime scene investigation? Because that's where I'm at by the end of the week. My leather jacket, my one moment of feeling good, has become Exhibit A in the case of what's he hiding? People I barely talk to are suddenly fascinated with me. Like Karen from HR, who once forgot my name at a company picnic, is now asking me how I'm managing my finances so well. Managing my finances? Karen, last week I was choosing between gas and groceries. But sure, tell me more about my imaginary trust fund. The whispers keep growing and they're not cute anymore. Some people are joking, but others are salty. I catch side eyes from coworkers who've been here longer, like they're doing math in their heads about my paycheck versus theirs. Must be nice, one guy mutters when I walk by, and I'm like, nice? Bro, I'm still driving a car that sounds like it's coughing up a lung. But the jacket, it's like a neon sign screaming, this guy's got secrets. And the more I try to explain, the worse it gets. It's like quicksand. The harder you fight, the deeper you sink. Then just when I think it can't get more absurd, my manager calls me into her office. Now, my manager, Linda, is the kind of person who says, let's circle back, unironically. She's not mean, but she's got this vibe like she's always one email away from a breakdown. So when she shuts the door and looks at me with this weird half-smile, half-concerned frown, I know I'm in for something. So, she says, folding her hands like she's about to deliver a TED Talk, I've noticed you seem to be enjoying a lifestyle shift. A lifestyle shift. I blink at her, waiting for the punchline, but she's serious. It's important to keep appearances consistent, she continues, especially in a professional environment. I'm sitting there trying to process this. Appearances? Consistent? Linda, I wore a $200 jacket, not a Rolex. I didn't roll up in a Tesla or start handing out gold-plated business cards. But she's looking at me like I've been caught smuggling diamonds in my lunchbox. I just bought a jacket, I say, my voice sounding smaller than I want it to. I paid off some debt, got a new phone, and thought I'd treat myself. She nods, but it's that slow, skeptical nod like she's humoring a kid who says they didn't eat the cookies. Just something to keep in mind, she says, and I'm dismissed. I walk out of her office feeling like I've been accused of a crime I didn't commit. All because I dared to wear something that didn't come from the clearance rack. And here's the kicker. I love that jacket. I love how it feels, how it looks, how it makes me stand a little taller. But now it's like a scarlet letter, branding me as the guy who's either secretly rich, secretly shady, or secretly both. I can't win. I go home that night, hang the jacket in my closet, and stare at it like it's betrayed me. One outfit, one moment of feeling good, and now my entire workplace thinks I'm the Wolf of Wall Street. So, here I am, caught in a spiral I never saw coming. My co-workers are out here playing detective, my manager's giving me corporate side-eye, and I'm just trying to survive the week without someone asking if I'm running a Ponzi scheme. And the worst part? It's not over. Oh no, this is just the beginning. Because if you think a leather jacket can cause this much chaos in 5 days, wait until you hear what happens next. Stick around because this TIFU is about to go from bad to unhinged. All right, folks, welcome back to the saga of how one leather jacket turned my life into a workplace soap opera. If you thought part 1 was wild, me buying a jacket thinking I could have one nice thing only to have my co-workers morph into amateur detectives, you're in for a treat. Because this TIFU story, my epic today I fucked up moment, is about to crank the chaos up to 11. Picture me just trying to do my job, while the office around me spirals into a full-blown conspiracy theory convention. Grab a snack because this is where things go from awkward to straight-up unhinged. Let's rewind a bit. By the end of my first week rocking that sleek black leather jacket, I'm already in deep. My co-workers, who used to barely notice me unless the coffee machine broke, are now obsessed with my sudden wealth. It started with Dave's new money quip, then Sarah's strike it rich jab. And before I know it, people are whispering about crypto, inheritances, and, God help me, selling kidneys. I tried to shut it down, telling everyone I just paid off some debt and splurged a little, but it's like trying to put out a forest fire with a squirt gun. And then my manager, Linda, with her lifestyle shift lecture, made me feel like I'd committed a federal crime by wearing something that didn't scream, I'm one paycheck from disaster. I went home that night, stared at my jacket, like it was a cursed artifact, and wondered how one outfit could ruin my life. Here's the first hook. Ever try to fix a misunderstanding, only to make it 10 times worse? Because that's my Monday morning, stepping back into the office like I'm walking into a lion's den wearing a meat suit. I decide to ditch the jacket, thinking maybe if I go back to my usual sad sack wardrobe, faded hoodie, jeans that have seen better days, the rumors will die down. I mean, how long can people care about one piece of clothing, right? Spoiler, longer than you'd think. I'm barely at my desk 5 minutes when Dave, king of bad timing, spots me and goes, "What, no fancy jacket today? Saving it for the yacht party?" The break room erupts in laughs, and I'm sitting there fake smiling, wondering if HR covers death by embarrassment. But it's not just Dave. The whole office is in on it now, like they've formed a secret club dedicated to cracking the case of my imaginary fortune. I'm grabbing a file from the printer when Sarah, who's apparently promoted herself to lead investigator, leans in and says, "So you're keeping it low-key now, huh?" Smart. Don't want the big bosses getting jealous. I blink at her, trying to figure out if she's joking, but her eyes are gleaming like she's one step away from writing a true crime podcast about me. "It's just a jacket," I say, but she's already walking away, muttering something about playing it cool. By midweek, the studies show that the rumors have evolved. It's not just about the jacket anymore. People are convinced I've got some secret hustle. Tom from accounting, yes, kidney guy Tom, corners me in the hallway and asks if I'm into NFTs or something. NFTs. I don't even know what those are beyond memes on the internet, but now I'm apparently a crypto bro in his eyes. Meanwhile, Karen from HR, who's never cared about me beyond misspelling my name on birthday cards, starts asking me about my investment strategies. Investment strategies. Karen, my biggest investment is hoping my car doesn't break down before payday. But the more I deny it, the more they dig in, like I'm hiding an offshore bank account in the Caymans. Here's another hook. Ever feel like the harder you try to clear your name, the guiltier you look? Because that's my life now. I decide to double down on being normal. I bring my usual turkey sandwich for lunch, make a point of complaining about gas prices, even mention how I'm still paying off my student loans. Subtle hints that I'm not swimming in cash. Big mistake. Apparently, this makes me suspiciously relatable, according to Sarah, who now thinks I'm overcompensating to throw them off. Overcompensating. I'm just trying to eat my sandwich in peace, but now every move I make is evidence in their mental courtroom. Then things take a darker turn. I start noticing the vibe shifting. Some coworkers aren't joking anymore, they're mad, like legit resentful. I catch glares from people who've been here longer, like they're comparing their paychecks to my imaginary millions. One guy, Mike, who's always bragging about his golf game, mutters, "Must be nice to afford that kind of upgrade," when I walk by. Upgrade? Mike, it's a jacket, not a private jet. But I can feel the tension, like I've accidentally declared war on the office hierarchy. People who used to chat with me about the weather are now giving me the cold shoulder, and I'm starting to wonder if I've been blacklisted from the office potluck. The real gut punch comes on Thursday. I'm called into Linda's office again. This time she's not alone. There's another manager, Steve, who's basically Linda's corporate clone but with worse ties. They sit me down and Linda starts with, "We've been hearing some concerns about your recent behavior." Concerns? Behavior? I'm sweating now, because this feels like the prelude to getting fired. Steve chimes in, saying, "There's a perception that you're not being transparent about your financial situation and it's causing unrest." Unrest? I'm not leading a revolution. I bought a jacket. I try to explain, again, that I just paid off some debt, got a new phone and treated myself, but their faces are stone. Linda says, "Perception matters in a team environment. We need to maintain trust." Trust? I'm not embezzling. I'm just trying to survive cubicle life. I leave that meeting feeling like I've been put on trial for a crime I didn't commit. My stomach's in knots, and for the first time I'm genuinely worried. What if this perception nonsense tanks my job? I've worked too hard to claw my way out of financial hell to lose it all over a stupid jacket. I go home, slump on my couch, and stare at that leather jacket hanging in my closet. It's beautiful, sure, but it's also a traitor. I think about selling it, burning it, donating it to charity, anything to make this stop. But deep down, I'm pissed. Why should I have to hide just because people can't handle me having one nice thing? By Friday, the office is a minefield. The whispers are louder, the glares are sharper, and I'm paranoid every conversation stops when I walk. By even Dave, who started this mess with his new money joke, seems uneasy, like he's regretting opening Pandora's box. I overhear someone say, "If he's got that kind of cash, why is he still here?" And I want to scream. I'm here because I need this job just like you. But the narrative's taken on a life of its own, and I'm the villain in a story I didn't write. Here's the final hook. Ever realize you're trapped in a mess you can't escape no matter what you do? That's me, staring down the barrel of a workplace conspiracy that's only getting bigger. I've got a choice to make: keep fighting to clear my name, or lean into the chaos and see how far it goes. But one thing's clear: this jacket's more than a piece of clothing now. It's a symbol of everything I thought I wanted and everything I'm losing. And trust me, this TIFU is nowhere near over. Stick around for part 3, because if you think this is bad, you ain't seen nothing yet. Welcome back to the train wreck that is my life, where one leather jacket has turned my workplace into a circus, and me into the unwilling ringmaster. If you've been following this TIFU Today I Fucked Up saga, you know I'm in deep. Part 1 had me buying a jacket thinking I could enjoy one nice thing after years of scraping by, only to have my co-workers decide I'm secretly a millionaire. Part 2 saw the rumors spiral, with whispers of crypto, NFTs, and lifestyle shifts turning the office into a conspiracy theory hotspot. Now, in Part 3, things aren't just bad, they're catastrophic. Picture me, clinging to my sanity, like it's a life raft while the office around me descends into pure madness. Grab a drink, because this is where I hit my breaking point. Let's set the stage. It's been 2 weeks since I wore that cursed leather jacket to work, and I'm a paranoid wreck. I stopped wearing it, hoping my old hoodie and scuffed sneakers would hit the reset button on the office gossip. No such luck. My coworkers are like bloodhounds, sniffing out drama where there is none. Dave's new money joke has evolved into a full-blown narrative that I'm hiding something big. Maybe a promotion, maybe a shady side hustle, maybe a deal with the devil. My manager, Linda, and her sidekick, Steve, have already grilled me about perception and trust, leaving me terrified I'm one wrong move from unemployment. I'm just trying to do my job, keep my head down and survive, but the office has other plans. Here's the first hook. Ever feel like you're starring in a movie where everyone else got a script, but you're just improvising? That's me on Monday, walking into work like I'm stepping onto a stage I didn't audition for. I'm hyper-aware of everything now. Every glance, every whisper, every time someone stops talking when I get too close. I'm at my desk, pretending to focus on emails, when Sarah, the self-appointed detective of this nightmare, swings by. "Keeping it casual, huh?" she says, eyeing my hoodie like it's a disguise. "Gotta admit, you're good at this." "Good at what?" "Existing." I force a laugh, say something about laundry day, but she's already smirking like she's cracked the Da Vinci Code. I'm not a person to her anymore. I'm a puzzle. The rumors have taken on a life of their own, and they're getting creative. By Tuesday, I overhear someone in the break room saying I must have landed a big client and kept it quiet. A client? I'm not in sales. I push papers and pray the printer doesn't jam. But the story's too good, and it spreads. Tom from accounting. Yes, the guy who asked if I sold a kidney now thinks I'm moonlighting as a day trader. "Saw you checking your phone a lot," he says, like he's caught me red-handed. Checking my phone? Tom, I'm playing Wordle and losing, not buying stocks. But the more I deny it, the more I sound like a liar. It's like I'm trapped in a Kafka novel, except instead of a trial, it's a cubicle. Here's another hook. Ever notice how gossip can turn people you've known for years into strangers? Because that's what's happening. Coworkers I used to grab beers with are acting like I've betrayed them. Mike, the golf-obsessed guy, who muttered "must be nice" last week, now avoids me like I'm contagious. Karen from HR, who once bonded with me over hating the office coffee, gives me a tight-lipped smile that screams, "I'm watching you." Even Dave, the guy who kicked this off, seems weirdly distant, like he's afraid to be associated with the office pariah. I'm not just the guy with the jacket anymore. I'm the guy who's different. And in a place where everyone's supposed to be the same, that's a death sentence. The tension's bad enough, but then Wednesday happens and it's like the universe decides I haven't suffered enough. I'm in a team meeting, trying to blend into the background, when Linda brings up a new project. It's a big one with a tight deadline and she's assigning roles. I'm expecting to get my usual grunt work, data entry, filing, the stuff nobody else wants. But then she says my name and pairs it with lead coordinator. Lead coordinator? Me? The room goes quiet and I feel every pair of eyes boring into me. Linda keeps talking, but I'm barely hearing her over the blood pounding in my ears. This is a promotion level role and I didn't even know I was in the running. I should be thrilled, right? It's a chance to shine, to prove myself. But the second the meeting ends, the whispers start. Guess that explains the jacket, someone mutters. Knew he was getting special treatment, says another. Special treatment? I've been here 5 years eating the same stale bagels as everyone else. But the narrative's set. The jacket wasn't a splurge. It was a victory lap for a secret promotion I didn't even get. I try to focus on the project, but I'm drowning in side eyes and snide comments. Sarah corners me later and says, "Congrats on the big role. Bet that jacket's just the start, huh?" I want to scream that I'm as shocked as she is, but I just nod and mumble something about teamwork. By Thursday, the resentment is palpable. People aren't just whispering, they're openly hostile. Mike, accidentally, leaves me off an email chain for the project, then claims it was a typo. Karen starts double-checking my timesheets like I'm clocking in from a penthouse instead of my one-bedroom apartment. Even the intern, who's usually too scared to talk, gives me a look, like I've stolen his lunch money. I'm not imagining this, the office has turned on me. And the worst part? I'm starting to doubt myself. Maybe I am acting different. Maybe I did bring this on myself. That jacket, that one moment of feeling good, is starting to feel like the worst mistake of my life. Here's the big hook. Ever reach a point where you're so tired of fighting you just want to give up? That's me on Friday, sitting in my car before work, staring at that damn jacket in the passenger seat. I brought it today, not to wear it, but to remind myself why I bought it. It was supposed to be a symbol of hope, a sign I was finally climbing out of the hole I'd been in. But now it's a weight, dragging me down with every rumor, every glare, every must be nice. I think about walking into the office, tossing it on my desk, and yelling, "Here's your proof. I'm not rich. I'm just stupid." But I don't. Instead, I shove it in my bag and head inside because I've got a job to do and I'm not letting these people win. But the day's not done with me yet. Late that afternoon, I get an email from Steve, the tie-wearing manager, from my last interrogation. It's short, formal, and chilling. Please meet with HR at 4 p.m. to discuss recent concerns. Concerns? There's that word again. My stomach drops, and for the first time, I'm not just worried, I'm scared. Is this about the project? The rumors? My lifestyle shift? I spend the next hour spiraling, imagining every worst-case scenario. Getting fired, getting demoted, getting stuck in a room with Karen while she lectures me on professionalism. By the time 4 p.m. rolls around, I'm a wreck, walking into HR like I'm headed to the guillotine. The meeting is worse than I imagined. It's not just Karen, it's Linda, Steve, and some HR guy I've never met, all sitting around a table like a corporate firing squad. Karen starts saying they've received multiple reports about my disruptive presence. Disruptive? I barely talk unless it's about spreadsheets. Linda chimes in saying the team's morale is suffering because of perceived favoritism. Favoritism? Because of a jacket and a project I didn't ask for? I try to explain, again, that I'm not hiding anything, that I'm just a guy who bought one nice thing. But their faces are blank, like they've already made up their minds. The HR guy wraps it up with, "We'll need to monitor this closely. Perception is everything." I leave the room feeling like I've been punched in the gut. I go home that night and collapse on my couch, staring at the ceiling. The jacket's still in my bag, untouched, but it's all I can think about. It's not just a jacket anymore, it's a mirror, showing me how quickly people can turn on you, how one small choice can unravel everything. I'm angry, I'm exhausted, and I'm done playing nice. But I'm also trapped. I need this job. I need these people to stop. And I need to figure out how to survive this mess I didn't mean to make. Here's the final hook. Ever wonder what happens when you've got nothing left to lose? That's where I'm at, teetering on the edge of a decision that could either save me or burn it all down. The office thinks they know me, but they don't. And this TIFU? It's about to take a turn nobody sees coming. Stick around for part 4 because this story's not over. It's just getting started. Here we are, folks, at the grand finale of my TIFU. Today I fucked up. Disaster. Where a single leather jacket turned my workplace into a conspiracy-fueled battlefield and me into the most misunderstood guy in cubicle history. If you've been riding this roller coaster, you know the deal. Part 1 had me splurging on a jacket after clawing my way out of financial hell, only to have my co-workers decide I'm secretly Elon Musk. Part 2 saw the rumors explode, with whispers of crypto promotions and lifestyle shifts making me public enemy number 1. Part 3 pushed me to the brink, with a surprise project role, a hostile office, and an HR meeting that felt like a trial. Now in Part 4, it's time for the reckoning. Picture me, done with the whispers, done with the glares, and ready to take back my life or crash and burn trying. This is where it all comes to a head, so hold on tight. Let's dive in. It's Monday morning, and I'm standing in my apartment, staring at that leather jacket like it's a loaded gun. It's been 3 weeks since I wore it, 3 weeks since my life went from finally getting ahead to office pariah. The rumors have snowballed, crypto, inheritances, secret promotions, and my coworkers are either obsessed or outright hostile. My managers, Linda and Steve, have me under a microscope, and HR's monitoring me like I'm one step from a scandal. I'm exhausted, angry, 50,000 and scared I'm about to lose the job I fought so hard to keep. But today, I'm done hiding. I grab the jacket, slip it on, and feel that old spark, the one that made me buy it in the first place. If they want a show, I'm giving them one. Here's the first hook. Ever decide to stop running and face the chaos head-on? That's me, walking into the office like I'm starring in my own redemption arc. The jacket's back and heads turn the second I step through the door. Dave, the guy who started this mess with his new money quip, does a double take. Sarah, the rumor mill's MVP, raises an eyebrow like I've just confessed to a crime. I don't say a word, just head to my desk, feeling every stare like a spotlight. I'm not stupid. I know this is a gamble. But I'm tired of shrinking, tired of letting their stories define me. If they want to talk, let's talk. The morning's tense, but I lean into it. I'm working on the big project Linda assigned me, the one that fueled the favoritism rumors, and I'm killing it. And I'm spreadsheets, flawless, deadlines, ahead of schedule. I'm not just doing my job, I'm doing it better than ever, jacket and all. By lunch, the whispers are back, but they're different. Less, he's hiding something, and more, what's he up to? I catch Dave glancing over like he's trying to figure out if I'm about to quit or take over the company. I give him a nod, cool as hell, and he looks away. For the first time in weeks, I feel like I'm in control, but control's a fragile thing, and Tuesday shatters it. I'm in the break room grabbing coffee when Mike, the golf guy who's been icing me out, walks in. He's got this smug grin like he's been waiting for this. So, he says, loud enough for everyone to hear, you gonna tell us how you're really affording that jacket, or are we still playing the mystery game? The room goes quiet, and I feel that old panic creeping in. But then something snaps. Maybe it's the jacket, maybe it's the weeks of bullshit, but I'm done. I set my coffee down, turn to him and say, Mike, it's a jacket. I paid off some debt, bought it, end of story. You want to talk mysteries? Let's talk about why you're so obsessed with my wardrobe. The room erupts, not in laughs, but in that awkward, oh shit, someone finally said it silence. Mike's face goes red and he mumbles something about just joking before slinking out. Sarah's there wide-eyed, and even Karen from HR, who's been lurking by the fridge, looks impressed. I'm shaking inside, but I hold my ground, grab my coffee, and walk out like I didn't just drop a mic. Here's the second hook. Ever call someone out and realize it feels good? Because that moment shifts something. The whispers don't stop, but they're quieter, like the office is rethinking its script. Wednesday brings a new twist. Linda calls me into her office and I'm praised for another lecture, but instead she's nice. She says she's impressed with my work on the project and wants to discuss my future. I'm stunned. Is this a trap? A test? She mentions the lead coordinator role, says I've exceeded expectations, and asks if I'd be interested in more responsibility. More responsibility means more pay, more stability, everything I've been fighting for. But there's a catch. She brings up the perception issues again, saying I need to manage how I'm seen. Translation: ditch the jacket, play the part, fit in. I nod, say I'll think about it, but inside I'm raging. Why should I have to dim my light just to make everyone else comfortable? That night, I sit with the jacket and think, it's more than leather and stitching. It's a symbol of everything I've been through. The years of scraping by, the late nights worrying about bills, the moment I finally felt like I could breathe. Giving it up feels like giving up on myself, but keeping it, that's risking everything. My job, my reputation, my sanity. I'm at a crossroads, and for the first time, I don't know which way to go. Thursday's the tipping point. I'm presenting my project update in a team meeting, jacket on, confidence dialed up. The room's packed and I can feel the tension. Mike's glaring, Sarah's watching, Linda's taking notes. I nail the presentation, laying out timelines, budgets, everything. When I'm done, there's this beat of silence. Then Linda claps. Actually claps. A few others join in and I'm floored. But then Mike pipes up, guess that's why you're the golden boy now. It's meant to sting, but I'm ready. I smile and say, nah, Mike, just a guy in a jacket who's good at his job. The room laughs, not at me, but with me. It's small, but it's a win. Here's the third hook. Ever realize the thing you're fighting for isn't what you thought? Because that's where I'm at. I thought this was about the jacket, about proving I'm not some shady crypto bro. But it's bigger. It's about owning who I am, broke days and all, without apologizing. The office isn't my enemy. They're just people, scared of change, clinging to their own stories. And I get it, I've been there, but I'm not hiding anymore. Friday's the end game. I get called into HR again, but this time, it's just Karen. No firing squad, no lectures. She says the concerns have died down, and my work's been exemplary. She even cracks a smile, says, maybe we overreacted about the jacket. Maybe. Karen, you turned my life into a Dateline episode, but I let it go. I thank her, walk out, and feel free. Not because the rumors are gone, they're still there, just quieter, but because I'm done letting them define me. I wear the jacket home, and for the first time in weeks, it feels like mine again. So, here's the end of my TIFU. I fucked up, sure, by underestimating how one jacket could unravel my world, but I learned something. People will always talk, always judge, always write their own versions of you, and you can't stop them. But you can choose how you show up. I'm keeping the jacket not because it's leather or cool, but because it's proof I survived. I clawed my way out of debt, out of doubt, out of this mess, and I'm still standing. The office? They're still whispering, but I don't care. Let them. I've got work to do, a life to live, and a jacket that's earned its place. Final hook. Ever turn a fuck up into a victory? That's me, walking into the sunset, or at least the parking lot, with my head high and my jacket on. Thanks for sticking with me through this chaos. If you've got a TIFU story, something small that snowballed into madness, drop it in the comments. Because if I can survive this, you can survive anything. Until next time, keep your head up, your jacket on, and your drama low. Peace. You ever have a craving so intense it feels like your entire day hinges on it? Like if you don't get that one thing, whether it's a burger, a coffee, or in my case a smoothie, your soul might just pack up and leave. Welcome to my TIFU story. Today I fucked up. where a simple request for my boyfriend's legendary smoothie turned into a high-speed chase, a police siren, and a life lesson I didn't sign up for. This is the kind of chaos you don't see coming, the kind that starts with a text and ends with me swearing I'll never ask for a smoothie again. Buckle up, because this is part one of a wild ride, and it all begins with a craving that took over my life. Let me set the scene. My boyfriend Jake is a smoothie wizard. I'm not talking about tossing some fruit in a blender and calling it a day. No, this man worked at Jamba Juice back in the day, and he's got skills that could make a Michelin chef jealous. His smoothies are creamy, perfectly balanced, with just the right amount of sweetness and a texture so smooth it's like drinking a cloud. Strawberry banana, mango pineapple, green goddess with a kale kick. Name it, he nails it. I'm not saying I fell in love with him because of his smoothies, but let's just say they didn't hurt his case. So when I woke up this morning with a craving for one of his masterpieces, it wasn't just a want, it was a need. Like my body was screaming, smoothie or bust. I'm lying in bed scrolling through my phone, and the craving hits me like a freight train. It's 8 a.m., and all I can think about is the cold, fruity perfection of Jake's mango pineapple blend, the one he makes with a splash of coconut milk and a secret pinch of something he won't tell me. I'm practically drooling on my pillow, so I grab my phone and shoot him a text. Babe, I'm dying for one of your smoothies. Can you make me one and bring it to my work for my lunch break at 3 p.m.? He texts back almost instantly. No problem, I got you. My heart does a little flip. Jake's the best. Reliable, sweet, and apparently my personal smoothie delivery service. What could go wrong? Spoiler: everything. Here's the first hook. Ever make a simple request, thinking it's no big deal, only to realize you've accidentally set off a chain reaction of chaos? That's me clocking into work at 11 a.m., blissfully unaware that my smoothie craving is about to turn Jake's day, and mine, into a scene from a bad action movie. I work at a retail store, folding clothes, ringing up customers, and dodging Karen-level complaints about return policies. It's not glamorous, but it pays the bills, and my 30-minute lunch break is my daily oasis. Today, that oasis is supposed to include a smoothie, and I'm counting down the hours like a kid waiting for Christmas. The morning drags. I'm folding t-shirts, restocking shelves, and trying not to check my phone every 5 minutes. By 2:30, I'm practically vibrating with anticipation. I can already taste the mango, feel the cold cup in my hand. At 3 p.m. sharp, I clock out. For lunch, grab my phone and text Jake. I'm off for lunch. I'm expecting a quick on my way or maybe a cute emoji. Instead, my phone rings, and it's Jake, sounding flustered. Babe, I messed up, he says. My heart sinks. I misread your text. I thought you said 3:30. I freeze, standing in the break room with my reusable straw already in hand. Like a fool who thought life could be that easy. I'm not gonna lie, I'm crushed. The craving is still there, clawing at me like a hungry cat, and now I'm picturing a sad vending machine sandwich instead of my smoothie dreams. It's okay, I say, trying to sound chill even though I'm pouting hard. You don't have to make it. You're like 30 minutes away and my lunch is only half an hour. I'm being reasonable, right? Sacrificing my happiness for logic. But Jake's not having it. No, I already made the smoothie, he says, and I can hear the determination in his voice like he's about to storm a castle for me. I can make it before your lunch ends. I laugh, thinking he's joking. Jake, there's no way, you'd have to teleport. But he's serious. I'm already on the road, he says. I'll be there. Here's another hook. Ever have someone go so above and beyond for you that you're equal parts touched and terrified? Because that's me, sitting at a break room table, clutching my phone while Jake's voice crackles through the speaker. He's apologizing again for misreading my text, and I'm telling him it's fine, but I'm still a little sad, you know? I'm 15 minutes into my lunch, and I'm mentally preparing to eat a bag of chips and call it a day. How far are you? I ask, mostly to keep the conversation going. 5 minutes, he says, casual as hell. 5 minutes? My brain does a record scratch. Jake lives 30 minutes away. I know he's not driving a fighter jet, so how is he 5 minutes away? Jake, I say, my voice going high-pitched. How the hell are you 5 minutes away? There's A pause, and then he drops the bomb. Well, I might have run a red light, he says, like it's no big deal. And I'm going like almost 60 down the street. I'm speechless. My sweet, rule-following boyfriend, the guy who double-checks his grocery list, is out here breaking traffic laws for a smoothie. I'm torn between yelling at him and laughing my ass off. You did what? I manage to squeak, but before he can answer, I hear it. The unmistakable wail of a police siren on his end of the call. My stomach drops. Aw, man, Jake says, his voice deflating. Maybe not 5 minutes anymore. I'm frozen, phone pressed to my ear as the siren gets louder. I can picture it. Jake in his beat-up Honda, smoothie cup probably sweating. In the passenger seat, a cop car flashing behind him. My smoothie craving, my stupid little request, has turned him into a fugitive. Jake, are you okay? I ask, my voice shaking. Yeah, I'm pulling over, he says, trying to sound calm, but I can hear the nerves. I'll call you back. The line goes dead and I'm left staring at my phone, my lunch break ticking away, wondering if I just got my boyfriend arrested over a mango pineapple smoothie. Here's the big hook. Ever realize your tiny, innocent choice might have massive consequences? That's me, pacing the break room, my craving long forgotten. I'm imagining Jake in handcuffs or at the very least slapped with a ticket he can't afford. All because I wanted a smoothie. Guilt's hitting me like a tidal wave. I should have just let it go, told him to stay home, eaten a granola bar. But no, I had to text him, had to feed the craving, and now he's in trouble. I try calling him back, but it goes to voicemail. I'm 20 minutes into my lunch, and I'm spiraling. What if he's mad at me? What if this ruins his day, his week, his driving record? What if I'm the worst girlfriend ever? But then, with 5 minutes left in my break, I hear a knock on the break room door. I open it, and there's Jake, looking like he just ran a marathon. His hair's a mess, his shirt's wrinkled, but he's holding a condensation-covered cup with a straw sticking out, grinning like he didn't just flirt with disaster. 1 mango pineapple smoothie as requested, he says, handing it to me. I'm floored. Jake, what happened? I ask, clutching the smoothie like it's a sacred artifact. He shrugs, still catching his breath. Got a speeding ticket. Worth it, though. Worth it? I'm staring at him, torn between hugging him and shaking him. He made it, smoothie and all, before my lunch ended, but at what cost? I take a sip, and yeah, it's perfect, but the taste is bittersweet. Jake's sitting there, telling me about the cop who was actually pretty chill and how he explained he was rushing to get me a smoothie. I'm laughing, but I'm also horrified. This man risked it all, red lights, speed limits, his clean record for me. And now I'm wondering, what does it mean when someone loves you this much? And how do I live with the fact that my craving caused this chaos? That's where I'll leave you for now, because this TIFU is far from over. I've got a smoothie, a guilty conscience, and a boyfriend who's apparently willing to break the law for me. What happens next? Let's just say this story's about to get even messier. Stick around for part 2, because if you think a speeding ticket's the end of it, you're in for a surprise. Welcome back to the smoothie-fueled chaos that is my TIFU. Today, I fucked up, where my innocent craving for my boyfriend's perfect mango pineapple blend turned into a high-octane disaster. If you caught part 1, you know I texted Jake, my smoothie-making hero, to bring me one during my 30-minute lunch break. What should have been a simple delivery went full fast and furious when Jake misread my text, ran a red light, hit 60 in a 35, and got slapped with a speeding ticket. All to get me that smoothie before my break ended. Now I'm holding the world's most expensive smoothie, drowning in guilt, and wondering how one text could cause this much trouble. This is part 2, folks, and trust me, the mess is just getting started. Grab a straw and let's dive in. Let's pick up where we left off. It's the last 5 minutes of my lunch break, and Jake's standing in the break room of my retail job, looking like he just outran a hurricane. His hair's sticking up, his face is flushed, but he's grinning, holding out a sweating cup of mango pineapple perfection like it's a trophy. 1 smoothie as requested, he says, and I'm torn between wanting to kiss him and wanting to hide under the table. This man just broke every traffic law in the book to make me happy, and now he's got a speeding ticket to show for it. I take the smoothie, the cold plastic chilling my hand, and manage to stammer, "Jake, what happened?" He shrugs, all casual, like he didn't just tempt fate. Cop pulled me over, gave me a ticket. Worth it, though. Worth it? I'm staring at him, my brain short-circuiting. Here's the first hook. Ever have someone do something so wild for you that you feel like you owe them your soul? That's me sipping the smoothie, which, by the way, is flawless, all creamy mango and tangy pineapple like a tropical vacation in a cup. But every swallow tastes like guilt. Jake's sitting across from me telling me about the cop who was pretty chill, and how he explained he was rushing to get me this smoothie. I think he felt bad for me, Jake says, laughing. He knocked a few bucks off the fine. A few bucks? I'm doing mental math, picturing the ticket, $200, $300, and my stomach's twisting. We're not exactly rolling in cash. Jake's working part-time while he figures out his next career move, and I'm folding t-shirts for minimum wage. This ticket's gonna hurt. I try to apologize. "Jake, I'm so sorry," I say, my voice wobbling. "I didn't mean for this to happen. I should have just let it go." But he waves me off, his grin softening. "Babe, it's fine. You wanted a smoothie? I got you a smoothie. No big deal." No big deal? He's acting like he stubbed his toe, not like he's got a court date looming. I want to argue to make him see how bad I feel, but my break's almost over, and I've got to clock back in. I hug him, promise to talk later, and head back to the sales floor, smoothie in hand, feeling like the world's worst girlfriend. The rest of my shift is a blur. Folding jeans, ringing up customers, dodging my manager's questions about why I look like I saw a ghost. All I can think about is Jake and that ticket. Here's another hook. Ever try to fix a mistake, only to realize you're digging a deeper hole? That's me the next day, determined to make this right. I get home from work and Jake's on the couch playing some racing game on his old PlayStation, acting like nothing happened. I sit next to him, ready to have a serious talk. "Jake," I start, "we need to figure out this ticket. I'll pay for it, okay? It's my fault." He pauses the game, looks at me like I've grown a second head. "Your fault? I'm the one who floored it. Besides, it's just a ticket. I'll handle it." But I'm not letting this go. I'm picturing our budget. Rent, groceries, that one streaming service we swore we'd cancel but never did. And I know a fine like this could screw us over. "No, I'm paying," I insist. "I'm picking up extra shifts if I have to." Jake laughs, but it's not his usual easy laugh. It's tight, like he's trying to keep the peace. "Babe, chill. I said I'll handle it." I open my mouth to argue, but he leans over, kisses my forehead, and goes back to his game. I'm left sitting there, stewing. He's trying to protect me, I get that, but it's making me feel worse. I caused this. I sent the text. I let him drive like a maniac, and now he's stuck with the consequences and he won't even let me help. I go to bed that night, staring at the ceiling, replaying the whole thing. His voice on the phone, the siren, that stupid smoothie. I'm mad at myself, but I'm also starting to get mad at him. Why didn't he just say no? Why did he have to play hero? By Wednesday, the guilt's morphed into something uglier. Resentment. I'm at work, folding the same stack of sweaters, for the third time because my brain's elsewhere, and I'm overanalyzing everything. Jake's always been the guy who goes all in, whether it's smoothies or surprise date nights. It's one of the things I love about him, but now it's biting us in the ass. I start wondering, does he think I expect this? Like, did I accidentally train him to pull stunts like this by gushing over his smoothies? I'm spiraling, and it doesn't help that my coworker Mia notices I'm off. "You okay?" she asks, restocking socks next to me. I don't mean to spill, but it comes out. The smoothie, the ticket, the whole mess. Mia's eyes go wide. "Girl, he got a ticket. For you? That's like romantic but also insane." Romantic but insane. That sums up Jake perfectly, and I'm not sure if I'm flattered or furious. Here's the big hook. Ever realize the person you love might be too much sometimes? Because that's where I'm at, driving home from work, stuck in traffic, and arguing with myself. On one hand, Jake's ride or die attitude is why I fell for him. He's the guy who'd bring me soup when I'm sick, who'd stay up all night helping me study, who'd apparently risk a rap sheet for a smoothie. But on the other hand, this is too much. I didn't ask him to run a red light. I didn't ask him to go 60 in a 35, and now we're both paying for it. Him with the ticket, me with the guilt. I'm starting to wonder if this is a one-off or if this is who Jake is. The guy who'll always go too far no matter the cost. When I get home, Jake's in the kitchen blending, yep, you guessed it, another smoothie. The sight of that blender whirring away like nothing's wrong sets me off. "Jake, can we talk?" I say, sharper than I mean to. He turns off the blender, looks at me, and I can tell he knows this is serious. I lay it all out. The guilt, the money, the fact that I'm freaking out about what this ticket means for us. "Why didn't you just tell me no?" I ask, my voice cracking. "Why did you have to go all out like that?" He looks stunned, like I've slapped him. "I thought you really wanted it," he says quietly. "I wanted to make you happy." And there it is, the gut punch. He wasn't trying to be a hero, he was trying to be there for me. And I'm the one turning it into a fight. We don't resolve it that night. I'm too worked up and he's too defensive. I go to bed early, but I can't sleep. I'm replaying his words, picturing him in his car, smoothie in tow, thinking he's doing this grand gesture for me. And I'm wondering, am I the problem? Did I make him feel like he had to do this, or is this just what love looks like when it's messy and human and a little bit reckless? I don't have answers, but I know one thing. This smoothie saga's exposed something bigger. About me, about Jake, about us. Here's the final hook. Ever wonder what happens when a small mistake cracks open something you can't ignore? That's me lying awake, staring at the shadow of the blender on the kitchen counter. The ticket's just the start. This TIFU's about to get deeper, messier, and way more real. Stick around for part 3 because if you think a speeding ticket's the worst of it, you're in for a wake-up call. Welcome back to my TIFU. Today I fucked up. Where a single smoothie craving turned my life into a chaotic blend of guilt, love, and one very expensive speeding ticket. If you've been following along, part 1 had me texting my boyfriend Jake for one of his legendary Jamba Juice-style smoothies, only for him to misread my lunch break time, run a red light, and get pulled over while racing to deliver it. Part 2 saw me grappling with guilt over the ticket, arguing with Jake about who's to blame and starting to question if his all-in ride-or-die vibe is sweet or straight-up reckless. Now, in part 3, the smoothie's just the beginning. This is where the real mess comes out. Not just the ticket, but the cracks in me and Jake in us. Picture me, staring at a blender like it's a crystal ball, trying to figure out how one text broke us open. This one's raw, so grab a tissue or a smoothie and let's get into it. Let's rewind to where we left off. It's Wednesday night, and I'm lying awake, the shadow of Jake's blender looming in the kitchen like a monument to my mistakes. We fought earlier. Well, not a screaming match, but one of those tense, quiet fights that's somehow worse. I called him out for going overboard with the smoothie delivery, for risking a ticket we can't afford, for not just saying no. He fired back that he was just trying to make me happy, and now we're in this weird stalemate. Jake's asleep, on the couch, probably dreaming of mangoes and cop cars while I'm replaying every word, wondering if I'm the villain in this story. My smoothie craving, my dumb text, set this all in motion. But the more I think about it, the more I realize this isn't just about a drink. It's about us, how we love, how we fight, how we screw up. Here's the first hook. Ever notice how a small fight can dig up stuff you didn't even know was buried? That's me on Thursday morning, dragging myself to work, my head a mess. I'm folding hoodies at the retail store, but my heart's not in it. It's not in. My coworker Mia, who got the smoothie saga rundown yesterday, keeps shooting me worried looks. "You good?" she asks, restocking beanies. I shrug, because what do I say? That I'm mad at my boyfriend for loving me too hard? That I'm mad at myself for starting this? Instead, I mutter, "Just tired," and keep folding. But Mia's not buying it. "Talk to him," she says, like it's that simple. "He sounds like he'd do anything for you." That's rare. The word sticks, but it's not comforting. It's heavy, Because what if I don't deserve that kind of devotion? What if I'm the one breaking this? Work's a blur, and by the time I get home, Jake's in the kitchen, chopping bananas like nothing's wrong. He's not blending, thank God, but the sight of fruit makes my stomach twist. "Hey," he says, glancing up with that cautious smile, the one he uses when he's not sure if I'm still mad. "Hey," I say back, and it's like we're tiptoeing around a landmine. I want to fix this, to go back to the days when his smoothies were just a cute perk, not a symbol of our budget-busting chaos, but I don't know how. So I do the dumb thing and bring it up again. "Did you look at the ticket yet?" I ask, trying to sound casual. His smile fades. "Not yet," he says, focusing on the bananas. "It's fine, I'll deal with it." Fine. That word's starting to feel like a wall between us. Here's another hook. Ever try to solve a problem with someone, only to realize you're not even fighting about the same thing? That's us standing in the kitchen, the air thick with everything we're not saying. I push harder because I'm me and I can't let it go. "Jake, we need to talk about this. The ticket's gonna cost us and I feel like it's my fault." He sets the knife down, turns to me, and there's this flash of frustration in his eyes. "Why do you keep saying that? I chose to drive, I chose to speed. You didn't make me do anything." His voice is sharp, not mean, but enough to sting. I fire back, "Yeah, but I asked for the smoothie. If I hadn't, you wouldn't be in this mess." We're not yelling, but we're loud, and I can feel the neighbors judging us through the walls. The fight escalates, and it's not about the ticket anymore. It's about how I feel like I'm always screwing things up, how he feels like I don't appreciate him, how we're both stretched thin and scared of what this ticket means for our already tight budget. "I just wanted to do something nice for you," Jake says, his voice breaking, and that's when I crack. I'm crying, not cute tears, but ugly, snotty sobs, because I see it now. He wasn't trying to be reckless or play hero. He was trying to show me he's got my back even when I'm too stubborn to see it, and I've been punishing him for it because I'm scared of what it means to be loved like that. We don't hug it out. Not yet. Jake goes back to his bananas and I retreat to the bedroom, wiping my face on my sleeve. I'm a mess, but I'm starting to understand something. This TIFU isn't just about a smoothie or a ticket. It's about how Jake and I handle pressure, how we talk or don't talk about the hard stuff. We're not rich, we're not perfect. And this ticket, this tiny thing, has ripped open all the fears we've been dodging. About money, about us, about whether we're strong, enough to keep going when life gets tough. Here's the big hook. Ever realize the thing you're fighting about is just a mask for something scarier? That's me on Friday back at work, folding clothes like a zombie. Mia's there, sensing my vibe, and this time I spill everything. The fight, the tears, the way Jake and I are stuck in this loop. She listens, then says something that hits hard. Sounds like you're both trying to protect each other, but you're doing it wrong. Protect each other. I hadn't thought of it like that. Jake's speeding, his insistence on handling the ticket, it's his way of shielding me. And my guilt, my pushing to pay, it's my way of shielding him. But instead of teaming up, we're tearing each other down. I get home that night and Jake's not there. He left a note. Went to grab dinner, be back soon. It's sweet, but it makes me nervous. Is he avoiding me? Did I push him too far? I sit on the couch staring at the blender and I start thinking about all the smoothies he's made me. Not just the ticket one, but the ones on bad days. The ones when I was sick, the ones just because. Each one's a little piece of him. A way of saying I'm here without words. And I've been so caught up in the ticket that I forgot what it means to have someone who'd do anything for me. Even if it's messy, even if it's reckless. When Jake gets back, he's got takeout, cheap tacos, our favorite, and a sheepish smile. "Truce?" he says, holding up the bag. I nod because I'm tired of fighting, tired of carrying this guilt like a backpack full of bricks. We eat, and it's not perfect, but it's a start. We don't talk about the ticket, but we talk about other stuff. Work, his game, the fact that our neighbor's cat keeps stealing our doormat. It's small, but it's us, and for the first time in days I feel like we might be okay. But the ticket's still there, looming like a storm cloud. And I know we can't keep dodging it, or the bigger questions it's raised. How do we handle money when there's never enough? How do we love each other without losing ourselves? And how do I stop feeling like every mistake is the end of the world? This TIFU's not just about a smoothie anymore. It's about growing up, screwing up, and figuring out what really matters. Here's the final hook. Ever stand at the edge of a fight and realize it's make or break time? That's me sitting with Jake, taco wrappers crumpled between us, knowing we've got one more chance to get this right. The ticket's not the end, but it's a turning point, and what we do next will define us. Stick around for part 4 because this smoothie saga's about to blend up a resolution you won't see coming. Here we are, folks, at the final chapter of my TIFU, Today I Fucked Up, where a single smoothie craving spun my life into a whirlwind of speeding tickets, guilty tears, and some serious soul-searching. If you've stuck with me, you know the chaos. Part 1 had me texting my boyfriend Jake for one of his Jamba Juice level smoothies, only for him to misread my lunch break time, break every traffic law, and get a ticket delivering it. Part 2 saw me drowning in guilt, arguing with Jake about blame and questioning his reckless devotion. Part 3 cracked us open with a fight that wasn't about the ticket, but about our fears, our love, and how we handle the hard stuff. Now in Part 4, it's time to blend this mess into something real. Picture me and Jake sitting over tacos ready to face the ticket and ourselves, or risk losing what matters most. This is the end game, so grab a straw and let's finish this. Let's jump in. It's Friday night and Jake and I are on the couch surrounded by crumpled taco wrappers trying to act like everything's normal. His truce offer, cheap tacos and a shy smile, pulled us back from the brink of our fight, but the air's still heavy. The speeding ticket's sitting somewhere in his car, unopened, like a grenade we're both afraid to touch. We're talking about dumb stuff, his video game, my coworker Mia's obsession with glitter sneakers, because it's easier than the real conversation. But I know we can't keep dodging it. This TIFU started with a smoothie, but it's become about us. How we fight, how we fix things, how we survive when life throws curveballs like fines we can't afford. Here's the first hook. Ever know? You need to have a tough talk but keep stalling because you're scared of what it'll reveal? That's me picking at a taco crumb, my heart pounding. Jake's laughing at some story about our neighbor's cat, but his eyes keep flicking to me like he's waiting for the other shoe to drop. I take a deep breath and go for it. Jake, I say, we can't keep pretending the ticket's not a thing. We need to deal with it. Together. He stops mid-bite, his taco hovering, and I brace for another, I'll handle it. But instead he nods, slow, like he's been waiting for this. Okay, he says, let's do it. We grab the ticket from his car, a crumpled envelope tucked in the glove box looking way more ominous than it should. Back on the couch, Jake opens it and we read it together. It's bad, $250 plus a point on his license, and we've got 30 days to pay or contest it. My stomach twists. That's a week's groceries, half a car payment, a chunk of our emergency fund that's more theoretical than actual. I'm ready to spiral, but Jake's calm, weirdly calm. We'll figure it out, he says, squeezing my hand. We always do. I want to believe him, but I'm scared. We're not rich. We're two 20-somethings scraping by, and this feels like a test we might fail. Here's another hook. Ever realize the person you love is stronger than you thought, but it's you who's got to step up? That's me on Saturday, waking up with a plan. Jake's still asleep, sprawled on the couch because he insisted I take the bed after our late-night taco fest. I'm staring at that blender in the kitchen, the one that started this whole mess, and I decide it's time to stop wallowing. I text my manager, begging for extra shifts, and start scouring our budget for corners to cut. Goodbye, overpriced coffee. Hello, instant brew. I'm not letting Jake carry this alone, not when my craving lit the match. But I'm also not telling him yet. He's stubborn, and I know he'll fight me on it. This is my way of saying I'm in this too without words. By Monday, I'm a woman on a mission. I pick up 2 extra shifts, which means sore feet and grumpy customers, but every dollar's a step toward paying that ticket. At home, Jake's starting to notice, probably because I'm dead tired and our fridge is suspiciously empty of takeout leftovers. "You okay?" he asks, catching me yawning over a bowl of cereal. I shrug, say it's just work, but he's not dumb. "You're picking up shifts for the ticket, aren't you?" he says, his voice half annoyed, half soft. I nod, bracing for a fight, but he just pulls me into a hug. "You don't have to do that," he whispers. "But I'm glad you are. It's not a fix, but it's a start. And for the first time, I feel like we're a team, not two idiots arguing over a smoothie." Here's the big hook. Ever find that the thing you thought would break you actually makes you stronger? That's us on Wednesday sitting down to make a real plan. Jake's got his laptop, I've got a notebook, and we're treating this ticket 1500 ticket like it's a military operation. We research our options. We can pay the fine in installments, take a defensive driving course to remove the point on his license, or contest it in court. Jake's leaning toward the course, cheaper, less hassle, but I'm pushing to contest it, because what if we can get it reduced? We're Googling local traffic laws, laughing at how we're suddenly legal experts, and it's the first time we've laughed together in days. It's not sexy, but it's us figuring it out, and it feels good. We decide to split the difference. We'll pay the fine in 2 chunks, and Jake will take the course. I'm still working extra shifts, and Jake's picking up freelance gigs, design, stuff he's been too busy to chase. It's not glamorous, but it's working. By Friday, we've got a payment plan locked in, and the ticket's not a monster anymore. It's just a thing we're handling. We celebrate with, you guessed it, a smoothie. But this time I make it. It's not Jamba Juice level, lumpy and too sweet. But Jake drinks it like it's liquid gold, and we're laughing so hard I almost snort mango out my nose. It's not about the smoothie. It's about us. Messy and real. Choosing each other. Here's the final hook. Ever turn a fuck up into a win? Not because it's perfect, but because you did it together. That's me and Jake a week later, sitting in our tiny apartment. Blender quiet for once. The ticket's not gone, but it's manageable, and so are we. I fucked up by texting him that morning, by letting my craving spark this chaos. But I learned something. Love's not about grand gestures or reckless drives. It's about the small stuff, the taco nights, the budget spreadsheets, the way he holds my hand when I'm scared. I'm not swearing off smoothies forever, but I'm done asking Jake to play delivery guy. He's enough without the blender. Thanks for riding this TIFU with me. It started with a craving and ended with a truth. Mistakes hurt, but they also teach. You who's got your back. If you've got a story, some tiny choice that snowballed into chaos, drop it in the comments. Because if Jake and I can survive this, you can too. Until next time, keep your cravings in check, your speedometer low, and your love real. Peace. You ever make a choice that feels like a tiny harmless treat, only to have it blow up in your face like a glitter bomb at a funeral? Yeah, that's me right now. Living through a TIFU, today I fucked up. Moment so mortifying I'm considering changing my name and fleeing the country. This is the story of how one online order, one moment of thinking I deserved a little fun, turned my life into a cringe-inducing sitcom episode. Welcome to part 1, where a package I should have triple-checked lands me in the kind of awkward hell you can't unsee. Grab a snack because this is a wild, embarrassing ride, and it all starts with me trying to treat myself. Let's set the stage. I'm in my late 20s, and life's been a financial roller coaster, mostly the kind that leaves you nauseous and broke. For months I've been scraping by, eating instant ramen like it's a food group and dodging late fees like they're dodgeballs. But recently I moved back home with my mom to save cash while I hunt for a new apartment. It's temporary, just a pit stop, but it's been a game changer. I got a new job, paid off some nagging credit card debt, and for the first time in forever, I've got a little breathing room. Not buy a yacht money, but enough to stop checking my bank account with my eyes half closed. So naturally I decide to celebrate. Nothing crazy, just some upgrades to my gaming setup, a couple of new shirts that don't have mystery stains, and, well, one other thing. One private thing. Here's where I need you to stay with me, because this is where it gets real. I'm single, I'm stressed, and I figure, why not treat myself to something personal? You know, a little self-care item from one of those online stores that promise discretion. I'm not talking about anything wild, just a toy to make my nights a bit less lonely. I find a site, Pick something that looks fun, and here's the fatal mistake. I use a discount code from a promotional flyer that popped up in my email. It's a great deal, so I click Add to Cart, enter my info, and hit order without a second thought. I'm feeling good, like I'm finally adulting with a side of spice. Big mistake. Huge. If I'd known what was coming, I'd have burned my laptop and joined a monastery. Here's the first hook. Ever forget one tiny detail that turns out to be the key to your downfall? Because that's me, blissfully unaware that I've just set myself up for the most humiliating moment of my life. See, I forgot two critical things. First, even though I'm using my name and account for deliveries, we're at my mom's house, and she's the queen of intercepting packages. Every Amazon box, every takeout menu, every random catalog. She grabs them from the porch and brings them in like it's her cardio. Second, I didn't double-check the site's packaging. I assumed discreet shipping was standard, you know? Plain brown box, no questions asked. But that discount code? It came with a flyer that was basically a neon sign screaming, "This is an adult store." Bright colors, bold fonts, and images that left nothing to the imagination. I didn't think about that when I clicked buy. I should have. Fast forward to Wednesday. I'm at work, sitting in a cubicle, pretending to care about spreadsheets while daydreaming about my new apartment. My phone buzzes with a text from my mom. Just her name on the screen is enough to make me pause because she's not a big texter. Usually it's dinners at 6 or pick up milk, but this time it's different. I open it and my heart stops. The message says, "Your package came. Is this a joke?" Attached is a photo, a crystal clear high-res photo of a box on our front porch, not a plain brown box. Oh no, this thing is bright pink, with the company name plastered all over it in giant curvy letters. And if that's not bad enough, there's a tagline on the side that's so explicit I can't even repeat it here. Let's just say it's not something you'd want your mom reading. My stomach drops to my knees. I'm sitting there in the middle of an open-plan office, feeling like I've been caught robbing a bank. My hands are shaking as I zoom in on the photo, praying it's a mistake, but nope, it's real. That's my package, my name on the label, sitting on the porch for the whole neighborhood to see. And my mom, my sweet, "Let's go to church." On Sunday, Mom has not only seen it but photographed it. I'm dying. I'm actually dying. I type back, "Please just put it in my room, I'll explain later," and hit send, hoping that'll buy me time. No reply. Radio silence. That's worse than a lecture, because now I'm imagining her staring at the box, piecing together what her responsible kid's been ordering. Here's another hook. Ever try to play it cool when you know you're in the deepest trouble of your life? That's me, trying to focus on work while my brain's screaming, "You're done for." I'm Googling the company's shipping policies, hoping there's some fine print about accidental branding. But their FAQ just brags about their bold, confident packaging. Bold. Confident? This box is the equivalent of a billboard, announcing my personal life to the world. I'm sweating through my shirt, glancing at the clock, counting down the hours until I have to face the music at home. Every ping on my phone makes me jump, expecting another text from Mom, maybe with a follow-up like, "I'm calling a family meeting." When I finally get home, I'm braced for impact. I creep through the front door, half expecting my mom to be waiting with a Bible and a disappointed frown. But the house is quiet. Too quiet. I check my room. No package. I check the living room, the kitchen, nothing. Then I peek into the garage, and there it is. The box, sitting on a folding chair, like it's been exiled. It's even brighter in person, practically glowing under the fluorescent light, screaming its explicit tagline for all to see. And on top, a yellow post-it note in my mom's neat handwriting. This isn't the kind of stuff I want to find on the porch. I want to evaporate. I want to sink into the concrete floor and never come back. I grab the box, shove it under my arm, and sprint to my room, locking the door like I'm hiding stolen treasure. Dinner's where it gets worse. I'm hoping we can just eat our spaghetti and pretend the package never happened, but my mom's got that look. You know, the one that says, "We're talking about this whether you like it or not." She waits until I'm mid-bite, sauce dripping down my chin, and goes, "So about that package." I choke, coughing like I've inhaled a meatball. "It's just something I ordered," I mumble, staring at my plate. "Self-care stuff." "Self-care?" I sound like a bad infomercial. She raises an eyebrow, her fork hovering. "Self-care," she repeats, flat, like she's decoding a lie. "Next time use a P.O. box. Or be less bold." Bold. She's throwing their branding back at me and I'm shrinking into my chair, wishing I could teleport to another dimension. I manage a nod, mutter something about privacy, and we finish. Dinner in silence. I can't look at her. I can't look at anything. The box is in my room, hidden under a pile of laundry. But it's like it's radiating shame through the walls. I lie in bed that night staring at the ceiling, replaying the day, the text, the photo, the post-it, the dinner. All because I wanted to treat myself. All because I didn't check the fine print. This TIFU's not just about a package. It's about underestimating how one choice, one click, can turn your life into a waking nightmare. Here's the final hook. Ever dig yourself into a hole so deep you're not sure you'll ever climb out? That's me, hiding from my own mom in my own house, wondering how I'm going to survive this embarrassment. But trust me, this story's about to get even cringier. Stick around for part 2 because if you think a neon pink box is the worst of it, you're in for a shock. Welcome back to my TIFU. Today I fucked up, where one impulsive online order for a personal toy has turned my life into a mortifying comedy of errors. If you caught part 1, you know I moved back home to save money, treated myself to a few nice things after finally getting ahead, and made the fatal mistake of ordering a not-so-discreet package from a site with packaging louder than a Vegas billboard. My mom intercepted the neon pink, explicitly branded box, complete with a post-it note banishing it to the garage, and our dinner turned into a masterclass in awkwardness. Now, in part 2, the cringe doesn't stop. It gets worse. Picture me, hiding from my own mother in her house, praying the ground swallows me whole while the fallout of that package keeps spreading. This is a slow-motion disaster, so grab a seat and let's dive into the shame spiral. Let's pick up the morning after the dinner from hell. I'm lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, the memory of my mom's "be less bold" comment burning, a hole in my brain. The package, let's call it the box because naming it feels like summoning a demon, is buried under a pile of hoodies in my closet, but it's like it's got a heartbeat, pulsing with embarrassment. I keep replaying yesterday. Her text with the photo of that garish pink box, the post-it note in the garage, the way she said self-care like it was a dirty word. I'm 28 years old, living in my childhood bedroom, and I've never felt more like a busted teenager. My plan for today? Avoid my mom at all costs, maybe forever, and pray she never brings it up again. Spoiler, the universe has other ideas. Here's the first hook. Ever try to act normal after a humiliating moment only to realize everyone can smell your panic? That's me, creeping downstairs for coffee, moving like I'm in a heist movie. It's 7 a.m. and I'm hoping mom's still asleep or out gardening. Anything to avoid eye contact. But no, she's in the kitchen, sipping tea, looking like she's been up for hours plotting my intervention. "Morning," she says, her voice neutral but her eyes sharp like she's scanning me for more crimes. "Morning," I mumble, grabbing a mug and spilling coffee grounds everywhere because my hands are traitors. I'm waiting for her to say something about the box, to drop another zinger like, "Found any more surprises on the porch?" But she doesn't. She just sips her tea, and the silence is worse than a lecture. It's like she's letting me stew in my own shame, and it's working. I escape to work thinking I can leave the cringe at home, but it follows me like a bad smell. I'm in my cubicle trying to focus on emails, but my brain's stuck on the box. Did the neighbors see it on the porch? Did the delivery guy smirk when he dropped it off? Did mom tell her book club? I'm spiraling, and it doesn't help that my coworker Jess notices I'm off. "You look like you saw a ghost," she says, leaning over the partition. I laugh it off, say I didn't sleep well, but Jess is nosy in that friendly way that makes you want to confess. I don't tell her about the box. God, no. But I mention moving back home and how it's weird living with my mom. "Oh, girl, I get it," she says. "My mom once found my vape and thought it was a bomb. Parents, right? Parents, right? If only my problem was a vape." Here's another hook. Ever think you've hit rock bottom, only to realize the floor is about to give way? That's me later that day when I get a text from my mom. I'm on my lunch break eating a sad desk salad and my phone buzzes. I brace myself, expecting another photo of the box or a "we need to talk." Instead, it's a link to an article titled, "How to Set Boundaries with Adult Children Living at Home." My heart sinks. There's no message, just the link, but it's louder than a megaphone. She's not just mad about the box, she's rethinking our whole setup. I moved back to save money, to get back on my feet, and now I'm wondering if I've overstayed my welcome. I text back, "Can we talk tonight?" But she doesn't reply. Classic mom, weaponizing silence like a pro. The rest of the day's a blur. I'm half present at work, messing up a spreadsheet and spacing out during a team meeting. All I can think about is going home and facing the music. I'm not just embarrassed anymore, I'm scared. What if she's really upset? What if she thinks I'm some reckless, irresponsible kid who can't be trusted? By the time I pull into the driveway, my stomach's in knots. I walk in and Mom's in the living room, watching one of her crime dramas, the TV blaring about a murder mystery. "Hey," I say, hovering in the doorway. "Hey," she says, not looking up. I'm dying to bring up the box to clear the air, but the words stick in my throat. Instead, I mumble something about being tired and bolt to my room. That's when I notice the box isn't where I left it. I'd buried it under hoodies in my closet, but now it's on my desk, still sealed, but different. The post-it note's gone and there's a new one in its place. Opened by mistake, sorry. Opened by mistake. My brain short circuits. My mom opened the box. I'm not sure if I'm more horrified that she saw what's inside or that she's apologizing like it's a casual mix-up. I rip the tape off, praying it's not as bad as I think, but there it is. The toy, still in its packaging, thank God, but clearly visible. She didn't just see the box's branding, she saw the contents. I'm not evaporating anymore, I'm disintegrating. Here's the big hook. Ever wish you could erase a moment from someone's memory, especially your mom's? Because that's me, sitting on my bed, the box staring back at me like it's mocking my existence. I'm trying to process this. Did she open it out of curiosity? Was it really an accident? And why leave a note instead of, I don't know, burning it and pretending it never happened? I'm torn between confronting her and pretending I never saw the note. But I can't unknow this. My mom, who still calls me sweetie and asks if I've eaten my vegetables, knows exactly what I ordered. I'm not sure I can ever look her in the eye again. I spend the night hiding in my room, Googling how to survive living with parents after embarrassing delivery. The internet's no help, just forums full of people laughing at similar stories or suggesting I own it with confidence. Own it? I'd rather own a time machine. I'm starting to realize this TIFU's not just about the box, it's about boundaries. About growing up under your mom's roof. About how one dumb purchase can make you question your whole life. And it's not over. Mom's silence, that note, the article link, they're all puzzle pieces and I'm not sure I want to see the full picture. By Saturday morning, I'm a wreck. I'm supposed to be apartment hunting, moving forward, but I'm stuck in this shame loop. I hear Mom in the kitchen, humming like nothing's wrong, and I know I can't avoid her forever. But what do I say? Sorry for ordering a sex toy? Please forget you saw it? Every option feels like a trap. And worse, I'm starting to wonder if this is bigger than the box. Is she disappointed in me? Does she think I'm not ready to be on my own? This package has cracked open something I wasn't ready to face, and I'm not sure how to close it. Here's the final hook. Ever realize a mistake isn't just a mistake, but a mirror showing you things you've been avoiding? That's me, standing at my bedroom door listening to my mom's humming, knowing I've got to face her and myself. This TIFU's about to get messier, cringier, and way more real. Stick around for part 3, because if you think an opened box is the end of it, you're in for a wild twist. Welcome back to my TIFU. Today I fucked up, where one ill-fated online order for a personal toy has turned my life into a cringe fest I can't escape. If you've been following, part 1 had me moving back home to save money, treating myself to a few nice things and accidentally ordering a not-so-discreet package that my mom intercepted in all its neon pink, explicit glory. Part 2 saw me spiraling, in shame, dodging my mom's silent judgment and discovering she opened the box, leaving a note that's burned into my soul. Now, in Part 3, the embarrassment's just the start. This is where the real stuff comes up, the conversations I didn't want to have, the truths I wasn't ready to face. Picture me, trapped in my childhood bedroom, the box haunting me like a poltergeist while I try to salvage my dignity and my relationship with my mom. This one's messy, so grab a coffee and let's wade into the awkwardness. Let's pick up on Saturday morning, after a night of zero sleep and a million regrets. I'm in my room staring at the box. Yes, that garish pink monstrosity with its explicit branding and the toy inside, now exposed thanks to my mom's opened by mistake note. I'm still processing the fact that she saw it, not just the box but the contents, and left a note like it was a casual oops. I'm 28, but I feel like I'm 15, caught sneaking out or hiding a bad report card. The worst part? Her silence. No texts, no follow-up lectures, just that link to an article about boundaries with adult children, and her humming in the kitchen like nothing's wrong. It's psychological warfare, and I'm losing. Here's the first hook. Ever know you've got to face someone, but every fiber of your being screams run? That's me, standing at my bedroom door, listening to my mom's humming drift up the stairs. I can't hide forever. I live here, for God's sake. But the thought of looking her in the eye makes my skin crawl. I keep imagining what she's thinking. Is she disgusted? Disappointed? Laughing with her book club about her kids' self-care habits? I want to fix this to explain, but what do I say? Sorry for ordering a sex toy, Mom, won't happen again. Every scenario in my head ends with me wanting to yeet myself into the sun. But I know I've got to do something, because this silence is eating me alive. I creep downstairs, clutching a laundry basket as a prop, like it'll make me look less guilty. Mom's at the kitchen table reading a magazine, a mug of tea steaming beside her. Morning, I say, my voice cracking, like I'm auditioning for puberty. Morning, she replies, not looking up, her tone so neutral it's terrifying. I'm waiting for the bomb to drop for her to say, so about that package. But she just flips a page. I'm torn between relief and dread. Is she waiting for me to bring it up? Is this her way of letting it go? I start loading the washing machine, my hands shaking, and decide to test the waters. Sorry about the package thing, I mumble, barely audible over the hum of the machine. She doesn't respond, just sips her tea, and I'm convinced I've made it worse. Here's another hook. Ever try to fix a mistake only to realize you're digging a deeper hole? That's me, fleeing back to my room after my failed apology, the box still mocking me from my desk. I'm starting to see this isn't just about embarrassment, it's about boundaries, about living as an adult in my mom's house, about the fact that I'm not a kid anymore but don't quite feel grown up, either. I moved back to save money to get ahead, but now I'm wondering if I've messed up more than just a delivery. That article she sent, the one about boundaries with adult children, keeps nagging at me. Is she mad about the box? Or is it bigger? Does she think I'm taking advantage of her? Am I? Work's my escape, or so I think. I'm at my cubicle trying to lose myself in spreadsheets, but my coworker Jess is onto me. You're still weird, she says, tossing a paperclip at me. What's up? Mom drama? I laugh, but it's hollow. I don't tell her about the box, nobody needs that mental image, but I admit things are tense at home. Living with parents is like walking on eggshells, I say, and Jess nods like she's been there. Set some ground rules, she says. My mom and I had to when I moved back. Talk about who gets the mail, stuff like that. Ground rules. It sounds so simple, but the idea of sitting down with my mom and saying, hey, let's not open my sex toy packages makes me want to crawl under my desk. By Monday, the tension's unbearable. I'm avoiding mom as much as I can, timing my exits to miss her in the kitchen, eating cereal in my room like a fugitive. But packages keep coming. Not those packages, thank God. But my new shirts, a phone charger, stuff I ordered in my treat myself spree. Every delivery's a heart attack because I'm terrified another one will scream adult store to the neighborhood. Mom's still bringing them in, leaving them on the counter without comment. But I can feel her watching me. Tuesday, I get home and find a new package, a plain brown box, hallelujah. But there's another post-it. Checked this one, it's safe. Checked it? She's inspecting my mail now? I'm horrified, but also impressed. She's playing 4D chess and I'm losing at checkers. Here's the big hook. Ever realize your mistakes forced you to face something you've been dodging forever? That's me, Wednesday night, sitting on my bed, the box still in my closet, like a shameful secret. I'm starting to see this TIFU's not just about a toy or a delivery. It's about growing up. I moved back home thinking it'd be a quick fix, a way to save money and bounce back. But living with moms made me confront how much I'm still figuring out. I'm not the kid she raised, but I'm not some independent badass either. And the box? It's like a neon sign pointing to all the ways I'm stuck, between wanting privacy and needing her roof, between treating myself and respecting her space. I decide I can't keep hiding. I need to talk to her. Really talk. Not just mumble apologies into the void. But the thought of it makes my palms sweat. How do I say I'm an adult but I screwed up and I need us to figure this out? I start small, texting her. Can we talk tonight about the package and stuff? She replies, sure, and I'm both relieved and terrified. I spend the day at work rehearsing, running lines in my head like I'm prepping for a TED Talk. Jess catches me muttering to myself and laughs. You got this, she says. Just be honest. Parents are weird, but they usually get it. Honest. Right. I can be honest without dying of shame, can I? When I get home, mom's in the living room, knitting something that looks like a scarf but could be a cry for help. Hey, I say, sitting across from her, my heart hammering. Hey, she says, her needles clicking, not meeting my eyes. I take a deep breath and dive in. I'm really sorry about the package, I say, my voice steadier than I feel. It was a dumb mistake. I didn't think about the packaging and I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. She stops knitting, looks at me, and I brace for a lecture. But instead she sighs, long and heavy, like she's been holding it in. I'm not mad, she says. I was surprised, and I shouldn't have opened it. But you're not a kid anymore, and I'm still figuring out what that means. I'm stunned. She's not mad, she's apologizing. We talk, really talk, for the first time since I moved back. She admits the article was her trying to understand boundaries, not a jab. I admit I've been feeling like a failure, like I'm letting her down by being here. It's not about the box, not really. It's about us navigating this weird in-between, where I'm her kid but also my own person. We don't solve everything, but it's a start, and I go to bed feeling lighter, like I've shed a layer of shame. But this TIFU's not over. The box is still here, a reminder of my screw-up, and I know one talk doesn't fix everything. There's still the question of boundaries, of how to live together without more disasters, of whether I can ever order anything online again without PTSD. And mom's still mom, she's not gonna let this go completely. Here's the final hook. Ever crack open a hard truth and realize it's not the end, but a beginning? That's me, lying in bed, the box tucked away but not forgotten, knowing I've got work to do, on myself, on my relationship with mom, on my life. This package mess is about to teach me more than I bargained for. Stick around for part 4 because if you think one awkward talk is the end, you're in for a big finish. Welcome back to the final chapter of my TIFU, Today I Fucked Up, where one reckless online order for a personal toy turned my life into a masterclass in mortification. If you've been with me, you know the saga. Part 1 had me moving back home to save money, splurging on a few treats, and ordering a not-so-discreet package that my mom intercepted in all its neon pink, explicit glory. Part 2 saw me drowning, in shame, dodging her silent judgment and discovering she opened the box, leaving a note that haunts my nightmares. Part 3 forced a raw talk with Mom, cracking open truths about boundaries and growing up under her roof. Now in Part 4, it's time to close this cringe fest. Picture me, the box still lurking, but ready to move past the embarrassment and into something real. This is the end, folks, so grab a snack and let's wrap this up. Let's dive in. It's Thursday morning, the day after my heart-to-heart with Mom. Our talk last night wasn't a Hallmark movie. Nobody cried, nobody hugged, but it was honest. I apologized for the box. She admitted to overstepping by opening it, and we both fumbled through what it means to live together as adults. I went to bed feeling lighter, like I'd shed a layer of shame, but the weight's not gone. The box is still in my closet, a pink reminder of my screw-up, and Mom's still humming in the kitchen like nothing happened. I'm relieved we talked, but I know one conversation doesn't fix everything. There's still the question of boundaries, of how to be myself without turning her house into a delivery disaster zone, of whether I can ever order anything online, again without a panic attack. Here's the first hook. Ever feel like you've cleared one hurdle only to realize you're still running the race? That's me, sipping coffee in the kitchen, watching Mom slice apples for her morning oatmeal. She's acting normal, too normal, like she's deliberately not mentioning the box. I'm grateful, but it's also weird, like we're both pretending the elephant in the room isn't wearing a neon tutu. I decide to lean into the progress we made. Hey Mom, I say, stirring my coffee. I was thinking, maybe we should set some rules, like for packages and stuff. She pauses, knife mid-apple, and looks at me. I brace for a jab, but she nods. Good idea, she says. I don't want to be your mail cop. Mail cop. I almost laugh because it's the perfect way to describe her porch patrolling ways. We start small. I suggest getting a P.O. box for my deliveries like she said at that disastrous dinner. She offers to leave packages on my desk instead of opening them. Yes, she admits the opened by mistake was partly curiosity, which makes me want to die all over again, but I let it go. I promise to double-check shipping details because I'm never trusting discreet packaging again. It's not a contract, just a few ground rules, but it feels like a step. For the first time, since the box arrived, I'm not just reacting, I'm planning, taking control. I leave for work feeling like I might actually survive this, even if my ego's still bruised. Here's another hook. Ever try to move on from a mistake, only to have it keep sneaking up on you? That's me at work, trying to focus on spreadsheets, but the box keeps creeping into my brain. My coworker Jess, who's been my unofficial therapist through this, notices I'm distracted. Mom, drama over? She asks, tossing a pen at me. I grin because it's easier to joke than explain. Sort of, I say. We talked, set some boundaries, but I'm still recovering from, you know. She laughs, assuming it's generic parent stuff, and I'm grateful I never told her about the box. Nobody needs that visual. But Jess's advice sticks with me. Keep talking to her. My mom and I fought all the time when I lived at home, but we figured it out. You will too. Figure it out. It's vague, but it's hope, and I'm clinging to it. By Friday, I'm testing the new normal. A package arrives, not that kind, just a phone charger I ordered, and Mom leaves it on my desk, unopened, with a post-it that says, "Your mail, your problem." It's her version of humor, and I'm weirdly touched. I text her a thumbs-up emoji, and she sends one back. It's small, but it's progress. I'm starting to see that this TIFU isn't just about embarrassment. It's about growing up in a way I didn't expect. Moving back home was supposed to be a financial fix, a quick pause before my next chapter. But the box forced me to face how much I'm still navigating. My independence, my relationship with Mom, my own dumb choices. The real test comes Saturday. I'm apartment hunting, scrolling listings on my laptop, and Mom joins me with a mug of tea. Found anything good? She asks. And it's the first time we've talked about my plans without the box hanging over us. I show her a few places, small studios, nothing fancy, but mine. She nods, asks about rent, commute, safety, all the mom things. Then, out of nowhere, she says, "I'm proud of you, you know, for getting back on your feet." I'm floored. Proud? After the package fiasco? I mumble a thanks, but inside, I'm glowing. It's not forgiveness for the box. It's bigger. It's her seeing me as an adult, screw-ups and all. Here's the big hook. Ever realize a mistake can be a weird kind of gift showing you what you're made of? That's me Sunday night sitting in my room, the box still in my closet but no longer a monster. I decide to deal with it once and for all. I open it, laugh at the absurdity of the toy inside, still unopened, thank God, and tuck it away, in a drawer. It's not about using it, it's about owning it. I made a choice, a dumb one, but it's mine. And instead of ruining me, it pushed me to talk to Mom, to set boundaries, to keep moving toward my own place. I'm not saying I'm grateful for the neon pink nightmare, but I'm not cursing it anymore either. Monday, I take the next step. I sign up for a P.O. box because I'm never risking another porch disaster. I also book a viewing for an apartment, a tiny, overpriced studio, but it's a start. Mom's supportive, even offers to help with the deposit if I need it, which I don't, but the gesture means everything. We're not perfect. She still hums too loud in the kitchen, and I still leave dishes in the sink. But we're learning, and that's enough. The box is just a story now, one I'll laugh about someday, maybe not today, but someday. Here's the final hook. Ever turn a fuck-up into a stepping stone, not because it was fun, but because it made you braver? That's me, packing up the box's shame and trading it for something better. A plan, a future, a mom who's got my back even when I'm an idiot. I fucked up by ordering that toy, by not checking the packaging, by underestimating my mom's male obsession. But I learned I'm tougher than my embarrassment, and so's my relationship with her. I'm keeping the toy, not for now, but as a reminder that even the worst mistakes don't define you. They just point you toward who you're becoming. Thanks for surviving this TIFU with me. It started with a package and ended with a truth. Screw-ups hurt, but they also grow you, especially when you've got someone in your corner. If you've got a story, some dumb choice that turned your life upside down, drop it in the comments. Because if I can survive the box, you can survive anything. Until next time, keep your packages discreet, your boundaries clear, and your cringe at a minimum. Peace. You ever think you're in control of your life only to find yourself outsmarted by a gang of trash-eating bandits with tiny paws and zero fear? Yeah, that's me, starring in a TIFU. Today I fucked up. So wild it's like I stumbled into a heist movie where I'm the mark and the villains are raccoons. This is the story of how one bold trash panda turned my backyard into a crime scene, recruited a furry posse, and made me question my place in the food chain. Welcome to part 1, where I go from homeowner to raccoon doormat in record time. Grab a snack, preferably not garbage, and let's dive into the chaos. Let's set the scene. I'm a regular guy, living in a quiet suburban neighborhood where the biggest drama is usually whose dog peed on whose lawn. My house is nothing fancy, 2 bedrooms, a patchy lawn, and a couple of trash cans out back that I thought were secure. I'm not exactly living the high life, but I'm proud of my little slice of the American dream, complete with a deck where I sip coffee and pretend I'm in a commercial. It's peaceful, predictable, until one night changes everything. I'm taking out the trash, minding my own business, when I spot it. A raccoon, bold as hell, digging through my garbage like it's auditioning for a Food Network show. It's not scurrying or sneaking, it's rummaging, tossing chicken bones, and yogurt lids with the confidence of a chef. Here's the first hook. Ever meet someone, or something, so unbothered by you that it shakes your whole worldview? That's me, standing there, trash bag in hand, staring at this raccoon like we're in a standoff. I figure I'll scare it off because I'm the human, right? I grab a metal pan from the kitchen, channel my inner caveman, and bang it like I'm starting a one-man band. The raccoon freezes, looks up, and I swear it gives me a once-over like, okay dude, chill. No scamper, no hiss, just a slow, deliberate stare, followed by a casual stroll into the bushes. I'm stunned. This isn't a raccoon. This is a furry mob boss who's decided my trash is his turf. I laugh it off, thinking, one and done, and go to bed. clueless that I've just poked the bear, or, the raccoon. The next night, I'm ready for round 2. I check the trash cans expecting a solo encore, but this time the raccoons brought a friend. 2 of them side by side, tearing into my garbage like it's a buffet. One's flipping a pizza box, the other's wrestling a soda can, and they're not even pretending to care that I'm there. I bang the pan again, louder, adding some "get out of here" yells for effect. They pause, glance at me like I'm an annoying neighbor, and saunter off together, tails swishing like they're plotting their next move. I'm not laughing anymore. This isn't a random raccoon problem, this is an escalation. I tighten the trash can lids, sprinkle some vinegar around, thanks Google, and figure I've shown them who's boss. Spoiler, I'm not the boss. Here's another hook. Ever realize you're not just losing a battle, but maybe starting a war? That's me on night 3, peeking out my window like I'm in a stakeout movie, only to see 3 raccoons. The OG, his buddy, and a new guy, all working. My trash cans like a synchronized heist crew. The vinegar's useless, the lids are no match for their tiny criminal hands, and my banging pan routine? They don't even flinch. I try a new tactic, motion sensor lights I bought on a whim. I install them, feeling like a suburban MacGyver, and wait. That night the lights blaze on, catching the raccoons mid-ransack. They freeze, look at the lights, then at me through the window, and I swear one of them shrugs before going back to a bag of stale bread. I'm not just losing, I'm being mocked. By night 4, it's a full-blown crisis. I step outside armed with my pan and a Bluetooth speaker blasting Taylor Swift, because the internet said loud music works, and I'm greeted by what can only be described as the fast and furious crew of trash pandas. 5 raccoons, maybe 6, tearing through my garbage with the precision of a SWAT team. One's dragging a chicken wing, another's got a yogurt container stuck on its head like a helmet, and I'm pretty sure the leader, the OG raccoon, gives me a look that says, "You're embarrassing yourself." I blast, shake it off, bang the pan, yell like a lunatic, and they just scatter lazily like they're humoring me. I'm not a homeowner anymore. I'm a tenant in their world, and they're raising my rent in trash. Here's the big hook. Ever feel like you're up against something smarter than you and it's not even human? That's me on night 5. When things take a turn from annoying to downright eerie. I open my front door to take out the trash, and I freeze. My garbage isn't scattered, it's arranged. The raccoons have dumped my trash in a perfect circle, on the lawn, like some kind of ritual offering or a scene from a horror movie. A banana peel, a coffee filter, a soggy pizza box, all laid out with creepy precision. I stand there, flashlight shaking, wondering if they're mocking me or summoning a raccoon deity. Did I piss off the wrong trash panda? Is this a warning? I half expect to hear chanting from the bushes. I scoop up the mess, heart pounding, and double lock the door because I'm not about to star in Raccoon Cult: The Reckoning. I'm rattled, but I'm not giving up. I spend the next day researching more vinegar, cayenne pepper, even a YouTube video about raccoon psychology. I try everything. I douse the cans in hot sauce, move them to the garage, play heavy metal instead of Taylor Swift. Nothing works. The raccoons keep coming, each night bolder, their numbers growing like they're recruiting. I'm losing sleep. My lawn's a war zone, and I'm starting to wonder if I'm the crazy one. My neighbor, Carl, sees me scrubbing hot sauce off my hands and asks what's up. I tell him about the raccoons, expecting sympathy, but he laughs. "Welcome to the neighborhood," he says. "They've been running this block for years." Running the block? I'm not just fighting raccoons, I'm up against a syndicate. This TIFU's not just about trash anymore, it's about pride, survival, and the humbling realization that I'm no match for a pack of furry outlaws. I'm one step away from waving a white flag, but I'm not ready to surrender. Not yet. The raccoons are winning, but I've got one more trick up my sleeve. Or so I think. Here's the final hook. Ever dig yourself into a feud you can't win, only to realize you're in way over your head? That's me, staring at my trash cans, plotting my next move while the raccoons probably laugh from the shadows. This turf war is about to get weirder, wilder, and way more humbling. Stick around for part 2, because if you think a trash circle's the peak of this madness, you're in for a shock. Welcome back to my TIFU. Today I fucked up, where my attempt to scare off one bold raccoon turned my backyard into the set of a furry crime drama. If you caught part 1, you know it started with a single trash panda digging through my garbage, unfazed by my pan-banging heroics. Things escalated fast. One raccoon became a crew. My countermeasures, vinegar, motion lights, Taylor Swift, failed spectacularly, and by night 5, they'd arranged my trash in a creepy, ritual circle like I'd offended their raccoon god. Now in part 2, I'm not just losing a turf war, I'm in over my head, outsmarted by a syndicate of trash bandits who seem to have a personal vendetta. Picture me, sleep-deprived and paranoid, plotting my next move while the raccoons laugh, from the shadows. This is absurd, humbling, and a little unhinged. So grab a flashlight and let's wade into the madness. Let's pick up the morning after the trash circle incident. I'm standing on my lawn, coffee in hand, staring at the spot where the raccoons left their eerie masterpiece. A perfect ring of garbage that looked half prank, half occult. I'm rattled, not gonna lie. I didn't sign up to be the protagonist in a raccoon horror flick, but here I am, questioning my sanity and my trash can security. Last night, I cleaned up the circle, double-locked my doors, and lay awake wondering if I'd accidentally declared war on a furry mafia. My neighbor Carl's. Words keep echoing. They've been running this block for years. Running the block? I'm not just fighting raccoons, I'm up against a legacy, a dynasty of trash pandas who've outlasted every homeowner on this street. Here's the first hook. Ever realize you're not just losing a fight, but maybe picking one with the wrong enemy? That's me, Googling raccoon behavior at 6 a.m., my eyes gritty from no sleep. The internet's a mixed bag. Some sites say raccoons are smart but skittish. Others warn they're opportunistic and vengeful. Vengeful? I'm picturing the OG raccoon, the one who stared me down on night 1, plotting my downfall with his tiny bandit paws. I'm no wildlife expert, but I'm starting to think this guy's not just after my trash. He's after my pride. I decide to double down. No more half measures. I'm going full suburban Rambo. New tactics, new tools, maybe even a call to animal control if it comes to that. Spoiler, my confidence is a trap. That evening, I launch Operation Trash Fort. I've spent my lunch break at the hardware store, dropping way too much money on supplies, bungee cords to secure the trash can lids, a heavier-duty motion light, and a bottle of ammonia that the clerk swore would send those critters running. I also grab a cheap trail camera because if I'm going down, I want evidence. Back home, I'm a man possessed, tying down the cans, soaking rags in ammonia, setting up the camera like I'm prepping for a stakeout. I even blast some death metal from my speaker because if Taylor Swift didn't faze them, maybe Metallica will. My lawn looks like a fortress and I'm feeling like a genius. I go to bed smug, dreaming of raccoons fleeing in terror. Here's another hook. Ever think you've outsmarted your problem, only to get schooled by something with a brain the size of a walnut? That's me, waking up to a notification from my trail camera at 3 a.m. I grab my phone, heart pounding, expecting to see empty cans and a raccoon-free zone. Instead, the footage is a horror show. There they are, 5 raccoons, led by the OG, I'd know that smug strut anywhere, dismantling. My defense is like they've got a PhD in chaos. One's chewing through the bungee cords, another's knocking over the ammonia rags like they're toys, and the leader's just sitting there, staring at the camera like he's posing for a mugshot. The death metal. They're ignoring it, except for one raccoon who seems to be headbanging while eating a taco shell. I'm not just losing, I'm being humiliated. I stumble outside at dawn and it's worse than I thought. The cans are open, trash is everywhere, and the ammonia rags are scattered like confetti. But here's the kicker. There's a new trash arrangement. Not a circle this time, but a line, stretching from my cans to the edge of my lawn, like an arrow pointing to the bushes. It's deliberate, taunting, like they're saying, "This is our turf, buddy." I'm torn between rage and awe. These aren't raccoons, they're masterminds, Ocean's 11 with fur. I clean up, muttering curses, and Carl, my neighbor, pokes his head over the fence. "Still fighting the raccoon cartel?" he asks, grinning. Cartel. That's exactly what this is. And I'm the guy who thought he could take them with bungee, chords and bad music. Here's the big hook. Ever start to wonder if you're the problem, not the thing you're fighting? That's me, sitting at my kitchen table, scrolling through raccoon Reddit threads like a man possessed. I'm learning, more than I ever wanted. Raccoons can solve puzzles, open locks, even hold grudges. Grudges? I'm flashing back to night 1 when I banged that pan. Did I insult the OG raccoon's honor? Is this personal? The internet's full of horror stories. Raccoons breaking into garages, stealing cat food, terrorizing pets. One guy claims they left a warning pile of trash on his porch. I'm not alone, but that's not comforting. It's terrifying. I'm not just up against my raccoons. I'm up against a species that's been outsmarting humans since forever. I decide to call in the big guns. I phone animal control, expecting a SWAT team for raccoons, but the guy on the line sounds bored. Traps are your best bet, he says. But they're smart. You'll probably catch a possum first. Traps? I'm not trying to start a zoo. He suggests an animal-proof trash bin, but those things cost a fortune, and I'm already out $50 on ammonia and bungees. I hang up, defeated, and try one last DIY trick. I cover the cans in duct tape, figuring even raccoons can't chew through that. That night, I watch from my window. No music, no lights, just me and my desperation. The raccoons show up, sniff the tape, and leave. Victory? Nope. The next morning, the tape's shredded, the cans are open, and there's a single apple core on my doorstep. A message. A dare. I'm starting to crack. My lawn's a mess, my sleep's shot, and I'm jumping at every rustle in the bushes. Carl stops by again, offering advice. Just let them have some scraps, they're like stray cats, feed them, they chill. Feed them? I'm not running a raccoon buffet. But I'm tired, and part of me wonders if he's right. Have I been escalating this war by fighting back? Should I wave the white flag? I'm not ready to surrender, but I'm close. The raccoons aren't just winning, they're rewriting the rules, and I'm running out of moves. This TIFU's not just about trash anymore. It's about pride, persistence, and the humbling truth that sometimes you're no match for nature's tiny gangsters. I've got one more plan, but I'm starting to think I'm not the hero of this story. Here's the final hook. Ever face an enemy so relentless you start to respect them, even as they ruin your life? That's me, staring at that apple core, wondering if I should fight or bow to my raccoon overlords. This turf war is about to get weirder, funnier, and way more surreal. Stick around for part 3, because if you think a line of trash is the end game, you're in for a wild twist. Welcome back to my TIFU. Today I fucked up, where my attempt to scare off one trash-digging raccoon spiraled into a full-blown turf war with a furry crime syndicate. If you've been following, Part 1 had me banging a pan to shoo a raccoon, only for it to recruit a posse, ignore my vinegar and Taylor Swift defenses, and arrange my trash in a creepy ritual circle. Part 2 saw me escalate with bungee cords, ammonia, and a trail camera, only to be outsmarted by raccoons who shredded my duct tape and left an apple core on my doorstep like a mob warning. Now in Part 3, I'm not just losing, I'm unraveling, questioning my sanity and wondering if I've become the raccoon's pawn. Picture me, sleep-deprived, staring at my lawn like it's a crime scene, while the trash pandas plot their next move. This is wild, humbling, and borderline mystical, so grab a coffee and let's dive into the chaos. Let's pick up the morning after the apple core incident. I'm standing on my doorstep, holding the core like it's evidence, my eyes bloodshot from another sleepless night. The raccoons didn't just raid my trash again, they left a message. A single gnawed apple core placed dead center on my welcome, Matt. It's not random, it's deliberate, like a calling card from the raccoon cartel's leader, the OG trash panda who's been taunting me since night 1. I'm starting to think this isn't about garbage anymore. It's personal. My lawn's a war zone, my trash cans are their playground, and I'm one step away from waving a white flag. My neighbor Carl's words haunt me. They've been running this block for years. Running the block. I'm not just fighting raccoons, I'm up against a legacy, and they're playing chess while I'm stuck at checkers. Here's the first hook. Ever start to suspect your enemy's not just smarter than you, but maybe running a whole operation you can't comprehend? That's me sitting at my kitchen table, replaying the trail camera footage like I'm in a true crime documentary. The OG raccoons stare into the lens, the head-banging raccoon vibing to Metallica, the precision of their trash line arrow. It's all too coordinated. I'm half convinced they've got a hideout in the bushes, complete with a whiteboard and my trash schedule pinned to it. I'm losing sleep, jumping at every rustle, and my coworker Jess notices I'm a mess. "You look like you saw a ghost," she says over lunch. I laugh it off, but I'm tempted to spill. "Raccoons," I mutter, and she raises an eyebrow. "Like one raccoon?" I shake my head. "More like a gang." She laughs, thinking I'm joking, but I'm deadly serious. I decide to get intel from the neighborhood. Carl's already clued me in, but I need more. I knock on Mrs. Patel's door. She's the block's unofficial historian, always watching from her porch. "Oh, the raccoons," she says, chuckling. "They've been here forever. Old man Jenkins used to feed them back in the 90s. Now, they think they own the place. Feed them." I'm floored. Jenkins, whoever he was, created this monster, and I'm paying for his sins. Mrs. Patel suggests leaving out scraps like Carl did, but I'm stubborn. I'm not paying raccoon taxes, not yet. I thank her and head home armed with new knowledge but no real plan. The raccoons aren't just scavengers. They're entitled, raised on decades of suburban handouts. I'm not fighting a gang, I'm fighting history. Here's another hook. Ever realize you're not just outmatched, but maybe picking a fight with a force of nature? That's me, evening 6, rigging my trash cans with a new plan. Chains. I've upgraded from bungee cords to padlocked chains, the kind you'd use for a bike in a sketchy neighborhood. I'm feeling cocky, chaining up the cans like I'm locking away Fort Knox. I even skip the ammonia, too messy, and stick with the trail camera, hoping to catch the raccoons' defeat on film. I'm picturing them tugging at the chains, giving up and slinking back to their bush lair. That night I sleep better, dreaming of victory, my lawn trash-free, my pride restored. Big mistake. The raccoons don't play by my rules. I wake to another camera alert at 4 a.m. My heart sinks as I open the footage. There they are. 6 raccoons now, the OG leading the charge. They're not even touching the chains. Instead, they've targeted my recycling bin, which I stupidly left unchained, thinking they wouldn't bother with cans and bottles. Wrong. They've dumped it all. Soda cans, wine bottles, yogurt tubs, into a new formation. A spiral, swirling, across my lawn like a trash galaxy. It's beautiful in a deranged way, and I'm torn between rage and respect. The OG raccoon sits at the center, nibbling a granola bar wrapper, staring at the camera like he's daring me to try again. I'm not just losing, I'm being schooled, and they're enjoying it. Here's the big hook. Ever start to wonder if you're the villain in your own story? Fighting a battle you were never meant to win? That's me, cleaning up the spiral at dawn, my hands shaking from caffeine and defeat. Carl swings by, sipping coffee, and doesn't even try to hide his amusement. "Told you to feed them," he says. "They're like the mob. Pay up, they leave you alone." Pay up? I'm not ready to surrender, but I'm cracking. I'm spending money I don't have. Chains, cameras, endless trash bags, and my lawn. Looks like a landfill. Jess at work keeps asking why I'm obsessed with raccoons, and I can't explain without sounding unhinged. I'm starting to see raccoons everywhere, in the shadows, in my dreams, in the way my boss squints at me during meetings. I try one last desperate move: professional help. I call a pest control guy, Mike, who sounds like he's seen it all. He comes over, inspects my lawn, and whistles at the spiral's remains. "You've got a bold crew here," he says, like he's admiring a rival. He suggests traps, but warns they're hit or miss. "Raccoons are smarter than most dogs," he says, and I believe him. He also pushes the animal-proof trash bin, the $200 kind that's raccoon-proof guaranteed. I balk at the price, but Mike's blunt. "You can't win this, they'll outlast you." Outlast me? I'm a homeowner, a human, with opposable thumbs and a credit card. But deep down, I know he's right. The raccoons aren't just winning, they're thriving, and I'm the one losing ground. That night, I hit rock bottom. I'm watching the camera feed live like a paranoid detective, and the raccoons don't even show up. No raid, no spiral, nothing. It's worse than an attack. It's indifference. They're toying with me, letting me stew in my own failure. I'm starting to think Carl and Mrs. Patel are onto something. Maybe fighting's the problem. Maybe I've been escalating a war I can't win by banging pans and chaining cans. I'm not ready to feed them, not yet. But I'm questioning everything. Have I been the aggressor? Is the OG raccoon just defending his turf? This TIFU's not just about trash anymore. It's about pride, surrender, and the humbling truth that sometimes nature's got your number. Here's the final hook. Ever face a moment where you have to choose between fighting a losing battle or swallowing your pride? That's me, staring at my chained-up cans, wondering if I should keep swinging or bow to the raccoon cartel. This war's about to get funnier, weirder, and way more profound. Stick around for part 4, because if you think a trash spiral's the climax, you're in for a wild resolution. Welcome back to the final chapter of my TIFU, Today I Fucked Up, where my attempt to scare off one trash-digging raccoon turned my suburban life into a comedic war with a furry crime syndicate. If you've stuck with me, you know the saga. Part 1 had me banging a pan to shoo a raccoon only for it to recruit a posse, ignore my vinegar and Taylor Swift defenses, and arrange my trash in a ritual circle. Part 2 saw me escalate with bungee, cords, ammonia, and a trail camera, only to be outsmarted by raccoons who left an apple core on my doorstep. Part 3 had me chaining my cans and facing a trash spiral, realizing I was up against a raccoon cartel with a grudge. Now, in Part 4, it's time to end this madness. Picture me, humbled and exhausted, ready to make peace with my trash panda overlords, or lose what's left of my sanity. This is funny, profound, and a little humbling, so grab a slice of bread and let's wrap this up. Let's dive in. It's the morning after the raccoons ghosted me. No raid, no trash art, just eerie silence that feels worse than an attack. I'm sitting at my kitchen table, staring at my chained-up trash cans through the window, the trail camera footage still looping. In my head, the OG raccoon's smug stare, the head-banging raccoon vibing to Metallica, the spiral of cans and bottles. It's all too much. I'm sleep-deprived, my lawn's a disaster, and I'm starting to think my neighbor Carl and Mrs. Patel are right. I can't win this. The raccoons aren't just smarter than me, they're playing a game I don't understand and I'm the one losing ground. My coworker Jess keeps joking I'm obsessed, and she's not wrong. This TIFU's not just about trash anymore, it's about pride, surrender, and figuring out when to stop fighting. Here's the first hook. Ever realize you're so deep in a battle that you've forgotten why you're fighting? That's me scrolling through raccoon forums, my coffee gone cold when it hits me. I'm the problem. Every move I've made, pan-banging, vinegar, chains, has escalated this war. The raccoons didn't start with circles or spirals. They just wanted my trash. I turned it into a feud, and now I'm paying the price in sleepless nights and a lawn that looks like a landfill. Carl's advice, feed 'em, they chill, keeps nagging at me. So does Mrs. Patel's story about old man Jenkins feeding the raccoons decades ago. Maybe they're not the enemy. Maybe I've been the aggressor, disturbing their trashy ecosystem with my suburban ego. It's a hard pill to swallow, but I'm starting to see the light. I decide to test the truce theory. That evening, I don't chain the cans or set up the camera. Instead, I leave out a peace offering, a single slice of bread placed on the edge of my lawn like a diplomatic gesture. It's not much, but it's a start, a nod to Carl's pay the mob strategy. I'm not ready to run a raccoon buffet, but I'm tired of fighting. I watch from my window, heart pounding, expecting the OG raccoon to show up with his crew, maybe with a new trash sculpture to mock me. But nothing happens. No raccoons, no raid, just the bread sitting there, glowing, under the moonlight like a sad, starchy olive branch. I go to bed confused, wondering if I've been ghosted again or if this is progress. Here's another hook. Ever take a leap of faith and wonder if you've just made a fool of yourself? That's me, waking up to check the bread situation. I creep, Outside at dawn, braced for another trash masterpiece, but the bread's gone. No crumbs, no mess, just an empty patch of grass. The cans are untouched, the lawn's clean, and for the first time in weeks, I don't feel like I'm starring in a raccoon horror flick. Did they take the bread and call it even? Is this a truce? I'm cautiously optimistic, but I'm not naive. These are raccoons, not diplomats. I tell Carl about it, expecting a laugh, but he nods like I've passed a test. Smart move, he says. They're like neighbors. Give a little, get a little. Neighbors? I'm not sure I'm ready to call the OG raccoon my buddy, but I'm intrigued. I keep the bread ritual going, leaving a slice out every night. It's not surrender, it's strategy. The raccoons don't raid, the cans stay closed, and my lawn starts looking less like a crime scene. I'm sleeping again, and Jess at work notices I'm less raccoon zombie. You win? She asks, smirking. I shrug, more like a draw. But deep down, I'm starting to feel like I've cracked the code. The raccoons aren't gone. I spot their glowing eyes in the bushes sometimes, but they're not waging war either. It's a fragile piece, and I'm learning to live with it. But I'm not out of the woods yet. I'm still paranoid, waiting for the other shoe to drop, for the OG raccoon to demand more than bread. Here's the big hook. Ever find that the thing you fought so hard against is what teaches you to let go? That's me, a week into the bread truce when I make a big move. I bite the bullet and order the $200 animal-proof trash bin Mike from Pest Control recommended. It's a hit to my wallet, but I'm done gambling with chains and duct tape. The bin arrives, a sleek Fort Knox-level beast, and I set it up with a mix of pride and defeat. No more offerings, no more spirals, just a bin that says game over. That night I skip the bread expecting a raccoon riot, but nothing happens. The bin's untouched, the lawn's clean, and I'm starting to think I've won. Not by fighting, but by changing the rules. Friday, I'm feeling bold. I leave out a slice of bread anyway, not as a tax, but as a gesture, a nod to the raccoons who humbled me. Carl sees me and laughs. You're one of them now, he jokes, but I don't mind. Mrs. Patel waves from her porch saying, You're smarter than Jenkins, he fed them steak. Steak? No wonder the raccoons think they own the block. I'm sticking to bread and it's working. The raccoons take it and leave my bin alone like we've signed an unspoken treaty. I'm not naive. I know they're still out there, plotting their next heist. But for now, we're coexisting, and it feels like a victory. Here's the final hook. Ever turn a fuck up into a lesson that makes you laugh at yourself? That's me a month later, standing on my deck, sipping coffee, watching the sunrise over a trash-free lawn. I fucked up by banging that pan, by thinking I could outsmart a raccoon cartel with vinegar and Metallica. But I learned something. Sometimes you don't win by fighting. You win by letting go, by respecting the game, by leaving a slice of bread and calling it even. The OG raccoon's still out there, probably smirking from the bushes, but I'm okay with that. He's earned it. I'm keeping the bin, the bread ritual, and a newfound humility that only a trash panda turf war could teach. Thanks for surviving this TIFU with me. It started with a raccoon and ended with a truth. You can't always control the chaos, but you can learn to live with it. If you've got a story, some backyard battle or epic fail that schooled you, drop it in the comments. Because if I can make peace with a raccoon cartel, you can handle anything. Until next time, keep your cans locked, your bread ready, and your ego in check. Peace. You ever think you're in control of your life only to find yourself outsmarted by a gang of trash-eating bandits with tiny paws and zero fear? Yeah, that's me, starring in a TIFU. Today I fucked up. So wild it's like I stumbled into a heist movie where I'm the mark and the villains are raccoons. This is the story of how one bold trash panda turned my backyard into a crime scene, recruited a furry posse, and made me question my place in the food chain. Welcome to part 1, where I go from homeowner to raccoon doormat in record time. Grab a snack, preferably not garbage, and let's dive into the chaos. Let's set the scene. I'm a regular guy, living in a quiet suburban neighborhood where the biggest drama is usually whose dog peed on whose lawn. My house is nothing fancy, 2 bedrooms, a patchy lawn, and a couple of trash cans out back that I thought were secure. I'm not exactly living the high life, but I'm proud of my little slice of the American dream, complete with a deck where I sip coffee and pretend I'm in a commercial. It's peaceful, predictable, until one night changes everything. I'm taking out the trash, minding my own business, when I spot it. A raccoon, bold as hell, digging through my garbage like it's auditioning for a Food Network show. It's not scurrying or sneaking, it's rummaging, tossing chicken bones, and yogurt lids with the confidence of a chef. Here's the first hook. Ever meet someone or something so unbothered by you that it shakes your whole worldview? That's me, standing there, trash bag in hand, staring at this raccoon like we're in a standoff. I figure I'll scare it off, because I'm the human, right? I grab a metal pan from the kitchen, channel my inner caveman, and bang it like I'm starting a one-man band. The raccoon freezes, looks up, and I swear it gives me a once-over like, okay dude, chill. No scamper, no hiss, just a slow, deliberate stare, followed by a casual stroll into the bushes. I'm stunned. This isn't a raccoon. This is a furry mob boss who's decided my trash is his turf. I laugh it off, thinking, one and done, and go to bed, clueless that I've just poked the bear. Or, the raccoon. The next night, I'm ready for round 2. I check the trash cans, expecting a solo encore, but this time the raccoons brought a friend. 2 of them, side by side, tearing into my garbage like it's a buffet. One's flipping a pizza box, the other's wrestling a soda can, and they're not even pretending to care that I'm there. I bang the pan again, louder, adding some, "Get out of here," yells for effect. They pause, glance at me like I'm an annoying neighbor, and saunter off together, tails swishing like they're plotting their next move. I'm not laughing anymore. This isn't a random raccoon problem. This is an escalation. I tighten the trash can lids, sprinkle some vinegar around, thanks Google, and figure I've shown them who's boss. Spoiler, I'm not the boss. Here's another hook. Ever realize you're not just losing a battle, but maybe starting a war? That's me on night 3, peeking out my window like I'm in a stakeout movie, only to see 3 raccoons. The OG, his buddy, and a new guy, all working. My trash can's like a synchronized heist crew. The vinegar's useless, the lids are no match for their tiny criminal hands, and my banging pan routine, they don't even flinch. I try a new tactic, motion sensor lights I bought on a whim. I install them, feeling like a suburban MacGyver, and wait. That night the lights blaze on, catching the raccoons mid-ransack. They freeze, look at the lights, then at me through the window, and I swear one of them shrugs before going back to a bag of stale bread. I'm not just losing, I'm being mocked. By night 4, it's a full-blown crisis. I step outside, armed with my pan and a Bluetooth speaker blasting Taylor Swift, because the internet said loud music works, and I'm greeted by what can only be described as the fast and furious crew of trash pandas. 5 raccoons, maybe 6, tearing through my garbage with the precision of a SWAT team. One's dragging a chicken wing, another's got a yogurt container stuck on its head like a helmet, and I'm pretty sure the leader, the OG raccoon, gives me a look that says, "You're embarrassing yourself." I blast, "Shake it off," bang the pan, yell like a lunatic, and they just scatter lazily like they're humoring me. I'm not a homeowner anymore. I'm a tenant in their world, and they're raising my rent and trash. Here's the big hook. Ever feel like you're up against something smarter than you and it's not even human? That's me on night 5 when things take a turn from annoying to downright eerie. I open my front door to take out the trash and I freeze. My garbage isn't scattered, it's arranged. The raccoons have dumped my trash in a perfect circle, on the lawn like some kind of ritual offering or a scene from a horror movie. A banana peel, a coffee filter, a soggy pizza box, all laid out with creepy precision. I stand there, flashlight shaking, wondering if they're mocking me or summoning a raccoon deity. Did I piss off the wrong trash panda? Is this a warning? I half expect to hear chanting from the bushes. I scoop up the mess, heart pounding, and double lock the door because I'm not about to star in Raccoon Cult: The Reckoning. I'm rattled, but I'm not giving up. I spend the next day researching, more vinegar, cayenne pepper, even a YouTube video about raccoon psychology. I try everything, I douse the cans in hot sauce, move them to the garage, play heavy, metal instead of Taylor Swift. Nothing works. The raccoons keep coming, each night bolder, their numbers growing like they're recruiting. I'm losing sleep, my lawn's a war zone, and I'm starting to wonder if I'm the crazy one. My neighbor, Carl, sees me scrubbing hot sauce off my hands and asks what's up. I tell him about the raccoons, expecting sympathy, but he laughs. "Welcome to the neighborhood," he says. "They've been running this block for years." Running the block? I'm not just fighting raccoons. I'm up against a syndicate. This TIFU's not just about trash anymore. It's about pride, survival, and the humbling realization that I'm no match for a pack of furry outlaws. I'm one step away from Mew, waving a white flag, but I'm not ready to surrender. Not yet. The raccoons are winning, but I've got one more trick up my sleeve. Or so I think. Here's the final hook. Ever dig yourself into a feud you can't win, only to realize you're in way over your head? That's me, staring at my trash cans, plotting my next move while the raccoons probably laugh from the shadows. This turf war is about to get weirder, wilder, and way more humbling. Stick around for part 2, because if you think a trash circle's the peak of this madness, you're in for a shock. Welcome back to my TIFU. Today I fucked up, where my attempt to scare off one bold raccoon turned my backyard into the set of a furry crime drama. If you caught part 1, you know it started with a single trash panda digging through my garbage unfazed by my pan-banging heroics. Things escalated fast. One raccoon became a crew. My countermeasures, vinegar, motion lights, Taylor Swift, failed spectacularly, and by night 5, they'd arranged my trash in a creepy ritual circle, like I'd offended their raccoon god. Now in part 2, I'm not just losing a turf war, I'm in over my head, outsmarted by a syndicate of trash bandits who seem to have a personal vendetta. Picture me, sleep-deprived and paranoid, plotting my next move while the raccoons laugh from the shadows. This is absurd, humbling, and a little unhinged, so grab a flashlight and let's wade into the madness. Let's pick up the morning after the trash circle incident. I'm standing on my lawn, coffee in hand, staring at the spot where the raccoons left their eerie masterpiece. A perfect ring of garbage that looked half prank, half occult. I'm rattled, not gonna lie. I didn't sign up to be the protagonist in a raccoon horror flick, but here I am, questioning my sanity and my trash can security. Last night I cleaned up the circle, double-locked my doors, and lay awake wondering if I'd accidentally declared war on a furry mafia. My neighbor Carl's words keep echoing. They've been running this block for years. Running the block? I'm not just fighting raccoons, I'm up against a legacy, a dynasty of trash pandas who've outlasted every homeowner on this street. Here's the first hook. Ever realize you're not just losing a fight, but maybe picking one with the wrong enemy? That's me, Googling raccoon behavior at 6 a.m., my eyes gritty from no sleep. The internet's a mixed bag. Some sites say raccoons are smart but skittish. Others warn they're opportunistic and vengeful. Vengeful? I'm picturing the OG raccoon, the one who stared me down on night 1, plotting my downfall with his tiny bandit paws. I'm no wildlife expert, but I'm starting to think this guy's not just after my trash, he's after my pride. I decide to double down. No more half measures. I'm going full suburban Rambo. New tactics, new tools. Maybe even a call to animal control if it comes to that. Spoiler. My confidence is a trap. That evening I launch Operation Trash Fort. I've spent my lunch break at the hardware store dropping way too much money on supplies. Bungee cords to secure the trash can lids, a heavier duty motion light, and a bottle of ammonia that the clerk swore would send those critters running. I also grab a cheap trail camera because if I'm going down I want evidence. Back home, I'm a man possessed, tying down the cans, soaking rags in ammonia, setting up the camera like I'm prepping for a stakeout. I even blast some death metal from my speaker because if Taylor Swift didn't faze them, maybe Metallica will. My lawn looks like a fortress, and I'm feeling like a genius. I go to bed smug, dreaming of raccoons fleeing in terror. Here's another hook. Ever think you've outsmarted your problem only to get schooled by something with a brain the size of a walnut? That's me, waking up to a notification from my trail camera at 3 a.m. I grab my phone, heart pounding, expecting to see empty cans and a raccoon-free zone. Instead, the footage is a horror show. There they are. 5 raccoons, led by the OG. I'd know that smug strut anywhere, dismantling my defenses like they've got a PhD in chaos. One's chewing through the bungee cords, another's knocking over the ammonia rags like they're toys, and the leader's just sitting there, staring at the camera like he's posing for a mugshot. The death metal? They're ignoring it, except for one raccoon who seems to be headbanging while eating a taco shell. I'm not just losing, I'm being humiliated. I stumble outside at dawn, and it's worse than I thought. The cans are open, trash is everywhere, and the ammonia rags are scattered like confetti. But here's the kicker. There's a new trash arrangement. Not a circle this time, but a line, stretching from my cans to the edge of my lawn, like an arrow pointing to the bushes. It's deliberate, taunting, like they're saying, "This is our turf, buddy." I'm torn between rage and awe. These aren't raccoons, they're masterminds, Ocean's 11 with fur. I clean up, muttering curses, and Carl, my neighbor, pokes his head over the fence. "Still fighting the raccoon cartel?" he asks, grinning. Cartel. That's exactly what this is. And I'm the guy who thought he could take them with bungee, chords, and bad music. Here's the big hook. Ever start to wonder if you're the problem, not the thing you're fighting? That's me, sitting at my kitchen table, scrolling through raccoon Reddit threads like a man possessed. I'm learning, more than I ever wanted. Raccoons can solve puzzles, open locks, even hold grudges. Grudges? I'm flashing back to night 1 when I banged that pan. Did I insult the OG raccoon's honor? Is this personal? The internet's full of horror stories. Raccoons breaking into garages, stealing cat food, terrorizing pets. One guy claims they left a warning pile of trash on his porch. I'm not alone, but that's not comforting, it's terrifying. I'm not just up against my raccoons. I'm up against a species that's been outsmarting humans since forever. I decide to call in the big guns. I phone animal control, expecting a SWAT team for raccoons, but the guy on the line sounds bored. "Traps are your best bet," he says, "but they're smart. You'll probably catch a possum first." Traps? I'm not trying to start a zoo. He suggests an animal-proof trash bin, but those things cost a fortune, and I'm already out $50 on ammonia and bungees. I hang up, defeated, and try one last DIY trick. I cover the cans in duct tape, figuring even raccoons can't chew through that. That night I watch from my window. No music, no lights, just me and my desperation. The raccoons show up, sniff the tape, and leave. Victory? Nope. The next morning, the tape's shredded, the cans are open, and there's a single apple core on my doorstep. A message, a dare. I'm starting to crack. My lawn's a mess, my sleep's shot, and I'm jumping at every rustle in the bushes. Carl stops by again, offering advice. "Just let them have some scraps, they're like stray cats. Feed them, they chill." Feed them? I'm not running a raccoon buffet. But I'm tired, and part of me wonders if he's right. Have I been escalating this war by fighting back? Should I wave the white flag? I'm not ready to surrender, but I'm close. The raccoons aren't just winning, they're rewriting the rules, and I'm running out of moves. This TIFU's not just about trash anymore. It's about pride, persistence, and the humbling truth that sometimes you're no match for nature's tiny gangsters. I've got one more plan, but I'm starting to think I'm not the hero of this story. Here's the final hook. Ever face an enemy so relentless, you start to respect them, even as they ruin your life? That's me, staring at that apple core, wondering if I should fight or bow to my raccoon overlords. This turf war is about to get weirder, funnier, and way more surreal. Stick around for part 3, because if you think a line of trash is the endgame, you're in for a wild twist. Welcome back to my TIFU, Today I Fucked Up, where my attempt to scare off one trash-digging raccoon spiraled into a full-blown turf war with a furry crime syndicate. If you've been following, Part 1 had me banging a pan to shoo a raccoon, only for it to recruit a posse, ignore my vinegar and Taylor Swift defenses, and arrange my trash in a creepy ritual circle. Part 2 saw me escalate with bungee cords, ammonia, and a trail camera, only to be outsmarted by raccoons who shredded my duct tape and left an apple core on my doorstep like a mob warning. Now in Part 3, I'm not just losing. I'm unraveling, questioning my sanity, and wondering if I've become the raccoon's pawn. Picture me, sleep-deprived, staring at my lawn like it's a crime scene, while the trash pandas plot their next move. This is wild, humbling, and borderline mystical, so grab a coffee and let's dive into the chaos. Let's pick up the morning after the apple core incident. I'm standing on my doorstep, holding the core like it's evidence, my eyes bloodshot from another sleepless night. The raccoons didn't just raid my trash again, they left a message, a single gnawed apple core placed dead center on my welcome. Matt, it's not random, it's deliberate, like a calling card from the raccoon cartel's leader, the OG trash panda who's been taunting me since night 1. I'm starting to think this isn't about garbage anymore, it's personal. My lawn's a war zone, my trash cans are their playground, and I'm one step away from waving a white flag. My neighbor Carl's words haunt me. They've been running this block for years. Running the block. I'm not just fighting raccoons, I'm up against a legacy, and they're playing chess while I'm stuck at checkers. Here's the first hook. Ever start to suspect your enemy's not just smarter than you, but maybe running a whole operation you can't comprehend? That's me sitting at my kitchen table, replaying the trail camera footage like I'm in a true crime documentary. The OG raccoons stare into the lens, the head-banging raccoon vibing to Metallica, the precision of their trash line arrow, it's all too coordinated. I'm half convinced they've got a hideout in the bushes, complete with a whiteboard and my trash schedule pinned to it. I'm losing sleep, jumping at every rustle, and my coworker Jess notices I'm a mess. "You look like you saw a ghost," she says over lunch. I laugh it off, but I'm tempted to spill. "Raccoons," I mutter, and she raises an eyebrow. "Like one raccoon?" I shake my head. "More like a gang." She laughs, thinking I'm joking, but I'm deadly serious. I decide to get intel from the neighborhood. Carl's already clued me in, but I need more. I knock on Mrs. Patel's door. She's the block's unofficial historian, always watching from her porch. "Oh, the raccoons," she says, chuckling. "They've been here forever. Old man Jenkins used to feed them back in the 90s. Now, they think they own the place. Feed them?" I'm floored. Jenkins, whoever he was, created this monster, and I'm paying for his sins. Mrs. Patel suggests leaving out scraps like Carl did, but I'm stubborn. I'm not paying raccoon taxes, not yet. I thank her and head home armed with new knowledge but no real plan. The raccoons aren't just scavengers, they're entitled, raised on decades of suburban handouts. I'm not fighting a gang, I'm fighting history. Here's another hook. Ever realize you're not just outmatched, but maybe picking a fight with a force of nature? That's me, evening 6, rigging my trash cans with a new plan. Chains. I've upgraded from bungee cords to padlocked chains, the kind you'd use for a bike in a sketchy neighborhood. I'm feeling cocky, chaining up the cans like I'm locking away Fort Knox. I even skip the ammonia, too messy, and stick with the trail camera, hoping to catch the raccoons' defeat on film. I'm picturing them tugging at the chains, giving up, and slinking back to their bush lair. That night I sleep better, dreaming of victory. My lawn trash-free, my pride restored. Big mistake. The raccoons don't play by my rules. I wake to another camera alert at 4 a.m. My heart sinks as I open the footage. There they are, 6 raccoons now, the OG leading the charge. They're not even touching the chains. Instead, they've targeted my recycling bin, which I stupidly left unchained, thinking they wouldn't bother with cans and bottles. Wrong. They've dumped it all, soda cans, wine bottles, yogurt tubs, into a new formation. A spiral, swirling, across my lawn like a trash galaxy. It's beautiful, in a deranged way, and I'm torn between rage and respect. The OG raccoon sits at the center, nibbling a granola bar wrapper, staring at the camera like he's daring me to try again. I'm not just losing, I'm being schooled and they're enjoying it. Raccoons think they own the block. I'm sticking to bread and it's working. The raccoons take it and leave my bin alone like we've signed an unspoken treaty. I'm not naive. I know they're still out there, plotting their next heist, but for now we're coexisting and it feels like a victory. Here's the final hook. Ever turn a fuck up into a lesson that makes you laugh at yourself? That's me. A month later, standing on my deck sipping coffee, watching the sunrise over a trash-free lawn. I fucked up by banging that pan, by thinking I could outsmart a raccoon cartel with vinegar and Metallica. But I learned something. Sometimes you don't win by fighting. You win by letting go, by respecting the game, by leaving a slice of bread and calling it even. The OG raccoon's still out there, probably smirking from the bushes, but I'm okay with that. He's earned it. I'm keeping the bin, the bread ritual, and a newfound humility that only a trash panda turf war could teach. Thanks for surviving this TIFU with me. It started with a raccoon and ended with a truth. You can't always control the chaos, but you can learn to live with it. If you got a story, some backyard battle or epic fail that schooled you, drop it in the comments. Because if I can make peace with a raccoon cartel, you can handle anything. Until next time, keep your cans locked, your bread ready, and your ego in check. Peace. You ever have one of those moments where you open your big mouth and the universe just slaps you with a reality check? Like you're just vibing, thinking you're the funniest person in the room, and then, bam, life says, hold my beer. That's me, folks, a few months back, sitting on a bench at my local port, cigarette in hand, sun on my face, and not a care in the world. I'm with my fiancée, Sarah, and our daughter, Lily, soaking up the last of the good weather before the coastal winds and rain come to remind us who's boss. And let me tell you, I'm about to step into a story that'll make you rethink every offhand comment you've ever made. This is my TIFU moment, and it's a doozy. Picture this. A lazy afternoon on the coast, the kind where the air smells like salt and freedom. The port's alive with the hum of life, waves lapping against the docks, seagulls squawking like they've got a personal vendetta, and a trail that snakes along the shore, packed with tourists and locals alike. Sarah and I, we're people watching, our favorite free pastime. It's like a live reality show, no subscription needed. You've got your joggers, your dog walkers, your stroller-pushing parents, all weaving through this coastal tapestry. Down in the drainage ditch by the bridge, some local teens are blasting hip-hop straight out of 2006. Think Ludacris, think T-Pain, think music that makes you want to bob your head and forget your problems. Lily's giggling at a dog that looks like it's auditioning for a shampoo commercial, and Sarah's nudging me, pointing out a guy in a bucket hat who's clearly lost but pretending he's got it all figured out. Life's good, you know, but here's where it starts to get interesting. I'm puffing on my cigarette, squinting against the sun, when this dude jogs by. He's your standard coastal jogger. T-shirt, shorts, sunglasses, a backpack slung over one shoulder. Nothing about him screams main character energy. He's just part of the scenery, like the sailboats bobbing in the distance or the kid throwing a tantrum over a dropped ice cream cone. His backpack's not even bouncing all crazy. It's snug, like he's done this a million times. I barely register him. Except to note he's got the kind of effortless stride that makes you jealous if you're the type who wheezes after climbing a flight of stairs, which, let's be real, is me on a bad day. Then maybe a minute later, here comes this woman. She's in jogging leggings and a hoodie, moving at what I can only describe as a purposeful dawdle. Not a sprint, not a stroll, but this weird, almost playful jog like she's chasing someone but doesn't want to look too desperate about it. Her hoodie's hood is up, and she's got this focused look like she's trying to solve a puzzle mid-stride. Sarah's saying something about how we need to bring snacks next time, but I'm locked in on this woman now, my brain spinning a story. I nudge Sarah and say, "Yo, check this out." She's chasing that guy with the backpack. Bet they're a couple and he's messing with her like, "Ha ha ha, I got your stuff." Sarah laughs, because that's what we do. We make up little narratives about strangers to pass the time. It's harmless, right? So I'm feeling like the king of comedy and I can't help myself. I lean forward, cup my hands around my mouth and call out to the woman, "Hey, you better catch up to that guy. Looks like he stole your backpack." I'm grinning like an idiot, expecting her to laugh or maybe flip me off in that good-natured way people do when you catch them in a moment. But she doesn't. She does this double take, her head snapping toward me like I just told her the sky's falling. Her eyes lock onto mine for a split second, and there's this confusion? Fear? I can't place it, but it's not the vibe I was going for. Then she's gone, jogging on down the trail, her pace picking up just a touch. I shrug it off, turn to Sarah and say, "Well, that was weird. Maybe she didn't hear me right." Sarah's like, "Or maybe she's just not into your stand-up routine." We laugh, light another cigarette, and dive back into our people watching. But hold up, because the universe is about to throw me a curveball that'll make me wish I'd kept my trap shut. 10 minutes later, we're deep in a debate about whether Lily's new favorite cartoon is secretly brainwashing kids. Classic parent stuff when we hear it. A siren. Not the full-on wail, but that sharp stuttering burst cops use when they want you to move your ass out of the way. My head snaps up and I see it. A squad car, lights flashing, creeping up the bridge that connects the trail to the wharf. Sarah grabs Lily's hand and we're both squinting, trying to figure out what's going on. The car stops and 2 officers hop out, moving with that purposeful energy that says something's up. They're unscrewing the metal divider pole, the one that keeps cars off the trail but lets pedestrians through. And they're talking to a couple of folks nearby, their radios crackling. Now, I'm not one to stick my nose in drama, but curiosity's got me by the throat. We get up from our bench, Lily swinging between us, and start walking toward the bridge, slow-like, so we don't look like we're eavesdropping. But I'm totally eavesdropping. I catch snippets of the officer's conversation with a guy in a fishing hat. Something about a woman. Something about a backpack. Something about a suspect. My stomach does a little flip. Like when you realize you left your phone at a gas station 2 hours ago. I lean closer, pretending to tie my shoe, and that's when I hear it clear as day. A woman had her backpack stolen on the wharf, and the guy they're looking for matches the description of Mr. Sunglasses and Backpack who jogged by earlier. Oh. No, oh hell no, my heart doesn't just sink, it plummets like it's trying to burrow through the earth and hide in China. That joke I made? That stupid loudmouth peanut gallery joke about the backpack? It wasn't a joke, it was the actual honest-to-God truth. The woman wasn't playfully chasing her boyfriend. She was chasing a thief, a real-life, steal-your-stuff-and-bolt thief. And I, genius that I am, shouted at her like she was the punchline to my comedy special. I can feel the heat creeping up my neck, my face burning like I just stuck it in an oven. Sarah's looking at me, and I know she's piecing it together, too, because her eyes are wide and she's mouthing, "No way." I'm frozen for a second, my brain screaming, "You idiot, you absolute dumbass." But then I snap out of it. I've got to do something. I can't just stand here clutching my cigarette like it's gonna save me from the shame spiraling through my chest. So I take a deep breath, square my shoulders, and walk up to the officers. They're busy, but I manage to get one's attention. A guy with a mustache that looks like it's seen some things. I'm stammering a little because embarrassments. Got my tongue in a chokehold, but I lay it all out. The jogger with the backpack, the woman chasing him, the direction they went, what they were wearing. I even mention my stupid joke because I'm an honest idiot, and I figure they should know I might have spooked her. The officer nods, jots something down, and tells me to stick around in case they need more details. But I'm already backing away, muttering something about needing to check on my kid. We head back to the bench, but the vibe's gone. The sun's still shining, the waves are still crashing, but I feel like I just stepped out of a sitcom and into a true crime podcast. Sarah's trying to be nice, saying it's not my fault that I couldn't have known, but I'm not hearing it. All I can think about is that woman's face. The way she looked at me, like I just kicked her while she was down. Was she scared? Angry? Did she think I was mocking her? And what about her stuff? Was it just a backpack, or was it her whole life? Wallet, phone, keys, maybe something irreplaceable? I don't know, and that's the worst part. I don't know what happened to her, or the guy, or the backpack. All I know is I opened my mouth, and now I'm carrying this hot, heavy shame like a backpack of my own. That's where I'll leave you for now, folks. But stick with me, because this story's got more layers than a coastal fog rolling in it. Dusk. Did I redeem myself? Did I make it worse? And what the hell happened on that trail? You'll find out in part 2 if I get the green light from the boss. Until then, let this be a lesson. Sometimes, the universe doesn't need your commentary. Keep your yap shut and you might just stay out of trouble. All right, folks, buckle up because we're diving back into the mess I made at the port that sunny afternoon. If you thought my big mouth got me in trouble last time, wait till you see how this shame spiral keeps spinning. I'm still reeling from the moment I realized my dumb joke about a stolen backpack wasn't a joke at all. It was a real life. And I let him slip away because I'm too chicken shit to speak up. The shame from earlier, that hot, heavy weight in my chest, is back, whispering that I've already done enough damage. I glance at the woman again, and she's gesturing, now her hands slicing through the air like she's trying to cut through the mess of her day. I wonder what was in that backpack. Money? Her phone? Something sentimental? Like a photo or a letter? I don't know, but I feel it. This ache for her, like I'm carrying a piece of her loss. I take a step closer, pretending to stretch. But really, I'm trying to hear more. The cop with the mustache is on his radio now saying something about checking the footage and the wharf entrance. My ears perk up. Footage? Like security cameras? Maybe they've got the jogger on tape or this red-cap guy or both. I'm no expert, but I know ports like this have cameras everywhere. Too many tourists, too many boats, too many chances for things to go sideways. If they've got video, maybe this'll all wrap up clean and I can go home without feeling like I personally ruined someone's life. But then I catch red-cap guy moving, not fast, but deliberate, easing toward the trail like he's testing the waters. My pulse kicks up a notch and I'm thinking, is he about to bolt? Now, let me hit pause and talk about this feeling, because it's eating me alive. You ever been in a moment where you know you've got a choice, and either way, you're gonna regret it? That's me right now, stuck between doing something and doing nothing, both options feeling like traps. I'm not a brave guy. I'm the guy who makes jokes to avoid awkward silences, who hides behind sarcasm because it's easier than facing the world head on. But this woman, this stranger, she's real, and her pain's real, and my stupid mouth might have made it worse. So I take a deep breath, the kind that burns your lungs, and decide I've got to act. Not because I'm a hero, but because I'm tired of being the guy who watches from the sidelines. I start walking toward the cops, my legs shaky like I'm stepping onto a tightrope. Red-cap guy's still in my peripheral, and I'm hyper-aware of every move he makes, like I'm in some low-budget thriller and he's the bad guy about to make a break for it. I'm maybe 10 feet from the officers when I hear a shout, not from the cops, but from the crowd. I spin around and there's this kid, maybe 15, pointing down the trail yelling, "He's running! That guy's running!" My head snaps to where he's pointing, and sure enough, there's a figure booking it down the path. Too far to make out clearly, but moving like he's got hell on his heels. The cops are on it in a flash, the one with the notebook barking into his radio, the other sprinting toward the trail, his hand on his holster. Chaos erupts. The crowd's buzzing, people pulling out phones. And I'm standing there, dumbstruck, because red-cap guy hasn't moved. He's still here, frozen like me, watching the scene unfold. So, he's not the runner? Or is he playing it cool, waiting for his moment? I'm so confused my brain's tripping over itself, trying to keep up. The woman in the hoodie's looking toward the trail now, her face a mix of hope and dread, like she's praying they catch whoever's out there, but knows it might not fix anything. I want to say something to her, anything, but the words are stuck, tangled up in the mess of my guilt. I'm about to step toward the cops again when red-cap guy finally moves. Not a run, not a sprint, but a quick, smooth slide into the crowd, like he's practiced disappearing. My gut screams, follow him, but I'm not Jason Bourne, and this ain't a movie. Still, I take a few steps, keeping him in sight, watching as he heads toward the wharf, blending into the sea of tourists. I'm torn. Do I chase him, yell for the cops, or let it go? Before I can decide, he's gone, swallowed by the crowd, and I'm left standing there, my heart pounding like a drum, wondering if I just let a clue slip through my fingers. That's where I'm gonna leave you folks, because this story's twisting like a coastal wind, And I'm as lost as you are. Did I miss my chance to make things right? Is Red Cap Guy part of this, or just a guy in the wrong place at the wrong time? And what about that runner? Did they catch him? You'll find out in part 4 if I get the green light. Until then, keep your eyes sharp and your instincts sharper. Sometimes the smallest moments hide the biggest truths. Here we are, folks, at the final stretch of my TIFU tale, and let me tell you, I'm still picking up the pieces of my pride from that day at the port. If you've been with me this far, you know I turned a lazy afternoon of people watching into a masterclass in how to stick your foot in your mouth and keep digging. I shouted a dumb joke at a woman chasing a thief, got sucked into a real-life crime scene, and just watched a guy in a red cap, who might have been involved, slip away like a ghost. Now I'm standing there, heart hammering, wondering if I've made everything worse or if there's still a way to salvage this mess. This is part 4, the end of the line, and it's time to face the music. The crowd's still buzzing around the bridge, phones out, voices overlapping like a flock of gulls fighting over a fry. The cops are in high gear. One's tearing down the trail after the runner some kid spotted, another's on the radio, and the third's still with the woman in the hoodie, who's looking more defeated by the second. I'm rooted to the spot, my eyes darting between the trail and the wharf where Red Cap Guy vanished. My brain's a tangle of what-ifs. What if I'd yelled for the cops when I saw him move? What if he was the key to this whole thing? What if I'm just a paranoid idiot seeing conspiracies in every shadow? Sarah's voice cuts through the noise, calling my name from the bench. And I know I've got maybe a minute before she drags me back to reality. But I'm not ready to let this go, not when I'm still choking on the guilt of that stupid joke. Let's paint the picture one last time, because this scene's burned into me like a tattoo. The sun's dipping low now, painting the sky in streaks of orange and pink, like the world's trying to pretend everything's fine. The water's calmer, reflecting the light in a way that makes you want to forgive it for all the storms it's brewed. The bridge feels heavier somehow, its rusted beams creaking under the weight of the moment. The woman's still there, her shoulders slumped, her hands now stuffed deep in her hoodie pockets like she's holding herself together. The cop with the notebook's talking to her, his voice low and steady, but her eyes keep flicking to the trail, searching for something. Her backpack, her hope, maybe both. And me? I'm just a guy with a racing mind and a conscience that won't shut up, standing on the edge of a story I never meant to star in. I take a step toward the wharf, half thinking I'll chase Red Cap Guy myself, but I stop short. Who am I kidding? I'm not built for this. I'm the guy who trips over his own ego and calls it cardio. Besides, the cops have this, right? They've got cameras, radios, actual training. I already told them what I saw, the jogger, the woman, the direction they went. I even mentioned Red Cap Guy to the mustache cop before he got distracted by the runner. That's enough, isn't it? I try to convince myself it is, but the shame's still there, sharp as a splinter, reminding me I started this by opening my big mouth. I glance at the woman again, and for a second I imagine walking over saying, "Hey, I'm sorry I yelled that dumb thing earlier, I didn't know." But her face, tired, guarded, tells me she doesn't need my apology. She needs her stuff back, and I can't give her that. Just then there's a commotion down the trail. The cop who ran off is coming back, and he's not alone. He's got a guy in handcuffs. Not Red Cap Guy. Not the jogger I saw earlier, but someone new. A lanky dude in a gray tank top, his head down like he's already given up. The crowd murmurs, phones swinging toward the action, and I catch the woman in the hoodie straighten up, her eyes wide with something that looks like recognition. The cop with the notebook jogs over, and I hear snatches of their talk. Something about found him hiding by the docks, and matches the description. My heart does a little flip. Not because I'm proud, but because maybe, just maybe, this is a win. Maybe they got the guy and she'll get her stuff back, and I can stop feeling like I personally tanked her day. I edge closer, pretending to adjust my shoelace because I'm still nosy as hell. The woman's talking fast now, pointing at the guy in cuffs, her voice rising with a mix of relief and anger. I catch the words, "my bag," and "he took it," and my chest loosens a fraction. Sounds like they nabbed the thief, or at least one of them. But then I hear her say something about not everything, and my stomach twists again. Not everything? What's that mean? Did they find the backpack but not all her stuff? Or is there more to this? Like that second suspect the cops mentioned? I'm straining to hear more when the mustache cop turns and spots me. He waves me over and my legs go wobbly like I'm a kid getting called to the principal's office. I shuffle up, my mouth dry, and he's like, "You the guy who saw the jogger and the woman earlier?" I nod, feeling like I'm on trial. He asks me to confirm a few details: sunglasses, backpack, the woman's hoodie, and I do my best. Though my brain's foggy with adrenaline. Then he drops a bomb. The guy they just grabbed isn't the jogger I saw. He's a different suspect, someone they think was working with the first guy. The jogger's still out there, and so's the backpack, though they found a few of her things scattered near the docks. Her wallet empty and a keychain. The woman standing a few feet away, clutching that keychain like it's a lifeline, and I feel a pang so sharp, it's like I'm the one who lost something. I'm about to ask about red-capped guy when the cop's radio crackles, and he steps away, leaving me standing there, useless. The woman glances at me, and this time there's no mistaking it. She knows I'm the loudmouth from earlier. Her eyes narrow, not mean, but weary, like she's sizing me up and finding me wanting. I open my mouth to say something, anything, but she turns away back to the cop, and I'm left swallowing my words. I want to tell her I'm sorry, that I'm not the jerk I seem to be, but the moment's gone, and I know it. I back off, my face burning, and head toward Sarah and Lily, who are now by the bench, ready to go. As we walk to the car, Lily swinging between us, I'm quiet, my mind replaying every second of that day. Sarah knows better than to push, but she squeezes my hand, a silent "it's okay," but it's not okay. I don't know if the cops ever caught the jogger or red-cap guy, or if the woman got the rest of her stuff back. I don't know if my description helped or if I just made her feel worse by shouting like an idiot. All I know is I walked away with a lesson carved deep. Words have weight, and mine landed like a wrecking ball. That shame, that hot, heavy feeling, it's faded some, but it's still there. A reminder to think before I speak, to look before I leap. So that's my TIFU, folks. The day I turned a sunny afternoon into a crash course in humility. I haven't been back to that bench since, not because I'm scared, but because every time I think about the port, I see her face, those eyes, and I wonder what she lost that day, besides her backpack. I've been better about keeping my mouth shut, though, and that's something. Life's a messy, unpredictable thing, full of moments that can lift you up or knock you flat. This one knocked me flat, but I'm still here, still learning, still trying to do better, and that's where the story ends, or at least my part in it. The trail's still there, the waves keep crashing, and somewhere out there, that woman's carrying on, hopefully with a new backpack and a better day. As for me, I'm keeping my eyes open and my yap closed, because sometimes the best thing you can do is listen to the world instead of adding to its noise. Thanks for sticking with me, folks. Until the next TIFU, hopefully not mine, stay sharp, stay kind, and maybe leave the jokes to the professionals. Picture this, folks. It's me, your friendly neighborhood disaster magnet, sitting in my living room at 7 a.m., my eyebrows twitching like they're auditioning for a TikTok dance, my body buzzing like I've been plugged into a faulty outlet, and my brain screaming, "What in the actual hell have you done?" Welcome to my latest TIFU moment, where I took my ADHD meds, Concerta, my focus-giving lifeline, and turned it into a one-way ticket to a personal horror show. I thought I could outsmart my prescription to pull an all-nighter with my buddy. Spoiler alert, I was wrong, dead wrong. This is the story of how I overdosed on ambition, underdosed on common sense, and ended up trapped in my own body while my nervous system threw a full-on rave. Buckle up, because this one's a wild ride. Let's rewind to last night, when the world was full of possibilities and I was feeling like a genius. I've got ADHD, right? The kind where your brain's like a browser with 47 tabs open, half of them playing different songs, and one's just a Wikipedia page about the history of spoons. Concerta's my wingman, the med that helps me focus when I need to, like for work or when I'm trying to remember where I parked my car. Usually I take it in the morning, let it do its thing, and I'm golden. But last night I had a plan. My friend Jake was over and we decided to pull an all-nighter, just like we used to in high school. Stay up, talk smack, play video games, maybe debate whether pineapple belongs on pizza. You know, the good stuff. So it's around 11 p.m., and we're sprawled out in my living room, the coffee table littered with energy drink cans, chip bags, and a half-eaten pizza that's starting to look like modern art. Jake's got this infectious grin, the kind that makes you think anything's possible, and I'm feeding off his energy like a moth to a neon sign. We're laughing about some dumb meme he found, and I'm thinking, man, I want to keep this vibe going all night. That's when the light bulb, or maybe the warning siren, goes off in my head. Concerta. It keeps me awake and focused, right? Why not pop one now, stay sharp, and power through till dawn? Brilliant, foolproof, what could go wrong? Here's the first hook, folks, because this is where I start digging my own grave. I grab my pill bottle from the kitchen counter, shake out a dose, and then, because my brain's already half convinced I'm invincible, I think, maybe a little extra won't hurt. I mean, I've taken Concerta before, I know how it feels, and I'm not trying to write a novel or run a marathon. I just want to stay up and have fun. So I take a bit more than my usual dose. Not like a cartoonish handful, but enough to make my future self want to travel back in time and slap me. I swallow it down with a swig of Mountain Dew because apparently, I'm committed to this chaos aesthetic. Jake's like, "You sure about that, dude?" And I wave him off, all cocky, saying, "Trust me, I got this." Famous last words, right? For the first couple of hours, I'm on top of the world. The Concerta kicks in, and it's like someone turned up the saturation on my brain. Everything's sharp, vivid, hilarious. Jake and I are playing some retro racing game, and I'm cackling so hard I can barely hold the controller because he keeps crashing into the same wall like it's his personal nemesis. We're swapping stories about high school, like the time we tried to borrow the principal's golf cart and ended up stuck in a ditch. The living room's glowing with this warm, invincible energy, the kind you only get when you're young. Dumb and awake at 2 a.m. with your best friend, I'm thinking, this is it. This is why I took the pill, I'm living the dream. But then, around 3 a.m., the dream starts to crack. Jake's yawning, his eyelids drooping like they're carrying the weight of the world. He's fighting it, but I can tell he's fading. By 4 a.m., he's out cold on the couch, snoring like a chainsaw, leaving me alone with my chemically enhanced brain and a growing sense that I've made a terrible mistake. The Concerta's still pumping through me, but the fun's gone. Replaced by this jittery electric hum that's less party vibe and more trapped in a malfunctioning robot. I try to keep gaming, but my hands are shaky and the screen's starting to look like it's mocking me. I switch to scrolling my phone, but every meme feels like it's written in code and my brain can't crack it. Here's where things get weird, and I mean weird. My body starts doing its own thing, like it's decided I'm no longer in charge. My eyebrows, yes, my freaking eyebrows, start twitching, not just a little flutter, but full-on independent choreography. Up, down, like they're trying to signal aliens or maybe just escape my face entirely. I catch my reflection in the TV screen, and I look like a cartoon character who just drank a potion labeled "Do Not Drink." I try to stop it, pressing my fingers to my forehead, but it's no use. My nervous system's like, "Oh, you thought you were running this show? Cute." And that's not all. My legs are bouncing, my fingers are tapping, and I keep jerking my head to the side like I'm dodging invisible flies. Tics. I've had them before. ADHD can come with a side of involuntary quirks, but never like this. This is a full-blown tic parade, and I'm the Grand Marshal. By 5 a.m., I'm a mess. My body feels like it ran a marathon, but I haven't moved from the couch except to pace in circles like a caged animal. My muscles ache, my heart's racing, and my brain's stuck in this loop of, why did I do this? Why am I like this? Why is that corner of the ceiling so fascinating? I keep staring at random spots in the room, the edge of a lampshade, a smudge on the wall, like they hold the secrets of the universe. I'm not hallucinating, but I'm definitely not in Kansas anymore. It's like my mind's a radio stuck between stations, picking up static and snippets of panic. Jake's still snoring, blissfully unaware that I'm unraveling like a cheap sweater. Let me pause here and give you the vibe, because this is what it feels like to be me right now. The living room's a war zone of snack wrappers and empty cans, lit by the grayish pre-dawn light creeping through the blinds. The air smells like stale pizza and regret. My body's a live wire, buzzing with energy I can't control, and my brain's screaming, "Vibe check, failed." I'm trapped in this paradox where I'm exhausted but can't rest, wired but useless, like a car with a dead battery and a stuck accelerator. And through it all, there's this tiny rational part of me whispering, "You did this to yourself, genius. Maybe don't treat your meds like Red Bull next time." That's where I'm at as the clock hits 7 a.m., folks, and trust me, it's only gonna get messier from here. Will I survive this self-inflicted nightmare? Will my eyebrows ever forgive me? And what happens when Jake wakes up to find me staring at the ceiling like it's a modern art installation? You'll have to wait for part 2 to find out. If I get the go-ahead, that is. Until then, take it from me. Your ADHD meds are not a party trick. Save the all-nighters for the professionals and keep your pills where they belong. In the bottle, not your bad ideas. All right, folks, welcome back to the train wreck that is my life, where I'm currently starring in a one-man show called How to Turn Your ADHD Meds into a Personal Nightmare. If you missed part 1, here's the recap. I thought it'd be a brilliant idea to take an extra dose of Concerta, my focus drug, to pull an all-nighter with my buddy Jake. Spoiler, it wasn't brilliant. It was a dumpster fire. Now it's 7 a.m. Jake's passed out on my couch and I'm a twitching, tick-riddled mess, staring at ceiling corners like they're dropping life advice. My eyebrows are staging a full-on rebellion, my body's screaming, and my brain's stuck in a loop of regret and chaos. This is part 2 of my TIFU saga, and let me tell you, the ride's only getting bumpier. So there I am, slumped on the couch, my living room looking like a crime scene from a snack-related homicide. The sun's starting to creep through the blinds, painting everything in this harsh, judgmental light that says, "You did this to yourself, pal." Jake's snoring so loud it's practically a musical score to my misery, and I'm trying to figure out how I went from king of the all-nighter to guy who might vibrate through the floor. The Concerta's got me wired, but not in a fun, let's conquer the world way. It's more like I've been strapped to a rocket with no steering wheel, and the rocket's fueled by pure, unfiltered panic. My eyebrows are still twitching, up, down, left, right, like they're trying to Morse code an SOS to anyone who'll listen. And my tics? Oh, they're having a field day. My head jerks to the side every few seconds, my fingers tap out a rhythm no one asked for, and I keep blinking like I'm in a staring contest with the universe and losing bad. Here's the thing about ADHD tics. They're like uninvited party guests. Sometimes they show up, make a little noise, and leave. Other times, they kick in the door, crank the music, and refuse to go home. Thanks to my genius move with the Concerta, this is the second kind of party. I'm not just twitching, I'm a full-on tic tornado, spinning out of control. I try to sit still, gripping the couch cushions like they're my lifeline, but my body's like, nah, we're dancing now. I catch my reflection in a nearby window and I look like I'm auditioning for a low-budget horror flick. The kind where the guy's possessed but mostly just annoyed about it. My brain's screaming, why are we doing this? While my nervous system's like vibe check, more like vibe wreck. I need to do something, anything to stop this spiral, so I try to distract myself. I grab my phone thinking I'll scroll through some mindless videos, but the screen's too bright, and every notification feels like a personal attack. I open Reddit, because, of course, that's my go-to in a crisis, and start typing out a post about this mess, half hoping someone out there's awake and can talk me off the ledge. My fingers are shaking so bad I keep misspelling words, turning help into Heppel and Concerta into concert. I'm laughing, but it's that unhinged kind of laugh, the one you let out when you realize you're the punchline. I post it anyway because if I'm going down, I'm at least gonna warn the world. ADHD meds are not your all-nighter cheat code. Here's a hook to keep you locked in, because this is where it gets weirder. I decide to stand up, thinking maybe moving will burn off some of this energy. Big mistake. The second I'm on my feet, my legs start bouncing like I'm prepping for a sprint I didn't sign up for. I pace the living room, dodging pizza boxes and empty cans, and end up in the kitchen, staring at the fridge like it's gonna solve my problems. I open it, close it, open it again, because apparently, I think the answer's hiding behind the ketchup. my brain's ping-ponging between random thoughts. Did I lock the door? Is Jake still breathing? Why does the clock sound so loud? I'm not just hyper. I'm hyper in 4D, every sense cranked to 11. The hum of the fridge sounds like a jet engine. The smell of last night's pizza is overwhelming. And don't even get me started on how the floor feels like it's tilting. Try to calm down by drinking water, because that's what responsible people do, right? But my hands are so shaky I spill half of it down my shirt and now I'm wet, wired, and still twitching like a glitchy video game character. I'm starting to wonder if this is what it feels like to be a hamster on one of those wheels. Running, but getting nowhere. I glance at Jake, still snoring, and I'm hit with this mix of envy and resentment. How dare he sleep while I'm out here fighting for my sanity? I briefly consider waking him up, just so I'm not alone in this. But I'm not that much of a jerk. Instead, I grab a blanket and toss it over him. Because even in my chaos, I'm still a halfway decent friend. Let me paint you the scene, because this moment's got a texture all its own. The living room's a mess, like a tornado hit a convenience store and called it a day. The blinds are half open, letting in slivers of dawn that cut through the haze of my bad decisions. The air's thick with the smell of stale chips and my own regret, and the couch looks like it's given up on life, sagging under Jake's dead weight. My body's a live wire, every muscle aching like I've been running sprints, but all I've done is sit, pace, and twitch. My brain's a carnival ride I can't get off, spinning through thoughts that don't connect. Did I pay my phone bill? Is that a spider on the wall? Why are my eyebrows still moving? And through it all, there's this tiny voice buried under the noise whispering, "You're gonna survive this, but you're gonna feel real dumb doing it." By 8 a.m., I'm desperate. I try deep breathing, but it just makes me dizzy. I try listening to music, but every song feels like it's mocking me. I even try lying down, thinking maybe I can trick my body into relaxing. But the second I close my eyes, my tics go into overdrive, and I'm back to staring at the ceiling like it's my new best friend. I'm starting to wonder how long Concerta stays in your system, because this feels like it's never gonna end. I Google it on my phone, my shaky fingers making a mess of the search bar, and find some medical site saying it can last 8 to 12 hours. Great. I took it at 11 p.m., so I'm looking at noon, maybe later, before I'm free. That's hours away, and I'm already a walking disaster. Here's where I start bargaining with the universe. If I make it through this, I think I'll never touch Concerta unless it's for actual focus. I'll eat vegetables. I'll call my mom more. It's pathetic, but I'm grasping at straws, trying to find a lifeline in this storm of my own making. I wander back to the couch, sit down, and try to focus on something. Anything that isn't my twitching eyebrows or the fact that my heart feels like it's auditioning for a drum solo. I pick up the controller, thinking maybe gaming will ground me, but my hands are too unsteady and I crash my virtual car into a wall, just like Jake did hours ago. The irony's not lost on me, and I laugh again. That same unhinged cackle that's starting to scare me a little. I'm gonna leave you right there, folks, because this story's got more twists than my nervous system right now. Will I find a way to calm this chaos? Will Jake wake up and save me from myself? And what happens when the Concerta finally wears off? Will I crash or just keep twitching into oblivion? You'll have to wait for part 3 to find out, assuming I get the green light. Until then, take my advice. Don't treat your meds like a party favor. Keep your doses where they belong and maybe leave the all-nighters to the vampires. Here we go, folks, diving back into the chaos of my self-inflicted Concerta catastrophe, where I'm the star of a one-man show called How to Ruin Your Night with One Bad Decision. If you're just joining me, here's the deal. I took too much of my ADHD med, Concerta, to pull an all-nighter with my friend Jake, thinking I'd be the life of the party. Instead, I'm now at 8 a.m., no sleep, my eyebrows twitching like they're possessed, my body throwing a tic festival and my brain stuck in a blender of panic and regret. Jake's still snoring on my couch, oblivious to the fact that I'm one step away from vibrating into another dimension. This is part 3 of my TIFU tale, and let me warn you, the ledge I'm standing on is starting to crumble. I'm back on the couch, or at least what's left of it after last night's snack apocalypse. The living room's a war zone. Empty cans, chipped crumbs, a pizza box that's seen better days, all bathed in the cold, unforgiving light of morning. My body's screaming like I've run a marathon, but all I've done is pace, twitch, and stare at random corners like they're hiding the meaning of life. My tics are in full swing. My head jerks to the side, my fingers drum a beat no one can hear, and my eyebrows, God, my eyebrows are still dancing like they're trying to win a talent show. I'm not just wired. I'm a live wire in a thunderstorm, sparking and short-circuiting with no off switch. My brain's a mess, flipping between "you idiot, why did you do this?" and "is that a crack in the ceiling or a portal to Narnia?" I'm losing it, and the clock's mocking me, ticking toward 9 a.m. with no mercy. Here's a hook to reel you in, because this is where I try to fight back against the chaos. And spoiler, it doesn't go as planned. I decide I need to do something, anything to stop this runaway train. I stumble to the bathroom thinking a cold shower might shock my system into submission. Big mistake. The second the water hits me, it's like my tics get a power-up. My head jerks so hard I nearly slip. My hands flail like I'm conducting an invisible orchestra, and my eyebrows, yep, still going, feel like they're trying to swim upstream. I'm in there for maybe 2 minutes before I give up, dripping, wet and shivering, my reflection in the mirror looking like a guy who just lost a bet with a poltergeist. I wrap a towel around myself, muttering, "Okay, universe, you win," and shuffle back to the living room, defeated. I'm desperate now, so I try the next thing on my mental list. Food. Maybe eating will ground me, right? I dig through the kitchen, past the sad remnants of last night's pizza, and find a granola bar that's probably been in the cupboard since I moved in. I tear it open, but my hands are shaking so bad I drop half of it on the floor. I eat what's left, chewing, like it's my job, but it doesn't help. If anything, it makes me feel worse, like my stomach's staging a protest against my life choices. I'm starting to wonder if I'm stuck like this forever, doomed to twitch and stare at walls until I'm old and gray. My phone's buzzing, with notifications, probably people responding to my Reddit post. But I can't bring myself to check. Every sound, every vibration, feels like a needle in my overstretched nerves. Let me paint the vibe, because this moment's gotta wait. That's crushing me. The living room's quiet except for Jake's snores and the faint hum of the fridge, which sounds like it's judging me. The air's stale, thick with the ghost of last night's bad decisions, and the sunlight slicing through the blinds like it's trying to expose my shame. My body's a traitor, every muscle aching, every nerve firing like it's auditioning for a fireworks show. My brain's a carnival of chaos, tossing up thoughts like confetti. Did I just blink 20 times in a row? Is Jake okay? Why does the couch feel like it's moving? And through it all, there's this gnawing fear, small but sharp, that I've pushed my body too far, that this isn't just a bad night but a bad choice I can't undo. Here's where I hit a wall, and I mean that literally and figuratively. I'm pacing again because sitting still is not an option, and I misjudge the space between the coffee table and the wall. My shin slams into the table's edge, and I let out a yelp. That's half pain, half exasperation. The noise finally stirs Jake, who bolts upright, bleary-eyed, looking like he just woke up in a parallel universe. "Dude, what's wrong?" he mumbles, rubbing his face. I'm standing there, towel still around my waist, one hand on my shin, the other flapping like a wounded bird, and I must look like a total lunatic because his eyes widen. "You okay? You're moving a lot." I try to explain, but my words come out in a jumbled rush like I'm spitting out puzzle pieces and expecting him to assemble them. Concerta. Took too much. Can't stop. Tics. Eyebrows. Help. Jake's not a doctor, but he's known me long enough to get the gist. He's like, "Whoa, okay, hold up, how much did you take?" I tell him, well, I stammer it, and his jaw drops. "Dude, why? That's not how that works." I want to snap back. Yeah, no kidding. But I'm too busy trying to keep my head from jerking into the next county. Jake's on his feet now, looking more awake than I've seen him all night, and I'm hit with this weird mix of relief and embarrassment. At least I'm not alone anymore. But now I've got an audience for my meltdown. Jake's trying to be helpful, suggesting stuff like, maybe, drink more water? Or have you tried, meditating? I love the guy, but I want to scream, do I look like I can meditate right now? Instead, I just nod and let him hand me a glass of water. which I promptly spill because my hands are still on their own planet. He's pacing with me now, throwing out ideas, and it's kind of sweet but also useless because nothing's gonna stop this train until the concerta burns out. I'm starting to feel like a science experiment gone wrong, and Jake's the lab assistant who's just along for the ride. Here's another hook because this is where I make another questionable choice. I remember reading somewhere that exercise can help with ADHD symptoms, so I think maybe if I move more, I'll burn this off faster. I tell Jake I'm gonna do some jumping jacks, and he looks at me like I just said I'm gonna fly to the moon. Bro, you sure? He asks, but I'm already in motion, flailing through the living room like a caffeinated scarecrow. It's a disaster. My tics go into overdrive, my head jerks mid-jump, and I nearly knock over a lamp. Jake's laughing now, not mean, but like he can't believe this is his morning. I give up after 10 seconds, collapsing onto the couch, gasping and muttering, "Bad idea, very bad idea." By 10 a.m., I'm at my breaking point. The tics are relentless, my body's aching, and my brain's starting to feel like it's fraying at the edges. Jake's still there, bless him, trying to distract me with stories about his cousin's dog or some YouTube video he saw, but I can barely follow. I'm stuck in this loop of, this is my fault, and when will it end? I check my phone again, and there are a few Reddit replies, people saying stuff like, "Been there, it'll pass," or "Drink water, avoid caffeine." I want to yell, I tried that, but I'm too tired to type. The concerta's still got hours to go, and I'm not sure I can make it without losing what's left of my mind. I'm gonna leave you there, folks, because this story's a marathon, and I'm still running on fumes. Will I find a way to tame this tic tornado? Will Jake's good intentions actually help, or just make me laugh through the pain? And what happens when the concerta finally wears off? Relief, or something worse? You'll find out in part 4 if I get the go-ahead. Until then, take it from me. Don't play chemist with your meds, keep your pills in check, and maybe leave the all-nighters to the owls. All right, folks, we've reached the final act of my TIFU disaster flick, where I'm the guy who thought he could outsmart his ADHD meds and ended up starring in a twitchy, sleepless nightmare. If you've been with me, you know the score. I took too much concerta to pull an all-nighter with my buddy Jake, expecting a night of laughs and games. Instead, it's now pushing 10 a.m. I haven't slept a wink. My eyebrows are staging a Broadway show. My tics are throwing a rave, and my body feels like it's been through a blender. Jake's awake, trying to help, but I'm a mess, teetering on the edge of sanity with no clue how to stop this ride. This is part 4, the end of the line, and let me tell you, it's a bumpy landing, but there's a lesson in the wreckage. I'm back in the living room, which looks like a tornado hit a gas station snack aisle. The sun's fully up now, blasting through the blinds like it's here to expose every bad choice I've made. Jake's hovering, half concerned, half amused, throwing out suggestions like he's reading from a How to Fix Your Idiot Friend manual. My tics are still in overdrive, head jerking, fingers tapping, eyebrows doing their best impression of a metronome gone rogue. My brain's a circus, tossing up random thoughts like, did I leave the stove on? Why's the carpet so loud? Am I human anymore? I'm exhausted, but the concerta's got me locked in this wired purgatory, and according to my shaky Google search, I've got hours to go before it wears off. I'm not sure I can make it, but I'm too stubborn to give up, or maybe just too jittery to know how. Here's a hook to keep you glued, because this is where I try one last desperate move to save myself. Jake, bless his heart, suggests we go for a walk, saying, maybe fresh air will help you chill. I'm skeptical. My body's already moving more than a breakdancer at a rave, but I'm out of ideas, and sitting here's only making me crazier. So I throw on a hoodie, ignoring the fact that I look like I just escaped a mad scientist's lab, and we step outside. The second the air hits me, it's like a slap. Crisp, cold, and way too real. My tics don't stop, but the change of scenery gives my brain something new to chew on. The street's quiet, just a few birds chirping and a neighbor's dog barking like it's personally offended by my existence. Jake's chatting about some movie he watched, but I'm barely listening, too busy trying not to twitch my way into traffic. The walk helps, but not how I hoped. My legs are still bouncing, my head still jerking, and my eyebrows, yep, still the stars of the show, are drawing weird looks from a jogger who passes us. I'm hyper-aware of everything. The crunch of gravel under my sneakers, the smell of wet grass, the way the sunlight feels like it's stabbing my eyes. It's overwhelming, but it's also grounding, like the world's reminding me I'm still here, even if I feel like a glitch. Jake's keeping pace, glancing at me like he's worried I'll bolt or collapse, and I'm hit with this wave of gratitude. He could have bailed hours ago, but he's here putting up with my chaos. I mumble, "Thanks, man." And he just shrugs, like it's no big deal. But it is. It's a lifeline in this storm. Let me set the scene because this moment's got a pulse I'll never forget. The neighborhood's waking up, all soft light and morning sounds, but I'm a walking contradiction, exhausted yet wired, broken yet stubborn. My hoodie's too big, slipping off one shoulder, and my sneakers are untied, but I don't care. My body's a traitor, every muscle screaming, every nerve firing like it's trying to escape. My brain's a kaleidoscope of noise, but out here, with the sky wide open and Jake's voice anchoring me, I feel a tiny spark of hope. It's not much, but it's enough to keep me moving, one shaky step at a time. My tics are still there, relentless, but they're starting to feel less like the boss of me and more like a loud roommate I just have to tolerate for a bit. Back at the house around 11 a.m., I'm starting to feel the concerta's grip loosen. Not a lot, but enough to notice. My tics are still going, but the intensity's dialed down a notch, like the volume's been turned from 11 to 9. My eyebrows are finally slowing their dance, and my head jerks are less violent, more like a hiccup than a spasm. I'm still a mess, don't get me wrong. My body aches, my brain's foggy, and I'm so tired I could cry. But there's a light at the end of this tunnel. Jake's still playing the hero, making us coffee, which I probably shouldn't drink, but do anyway because I'm a glutton for punishment. He's like, "You look less like a robot now." And I laugh, a real laugh, not that unhinged cackle from earlier. It feels like a win, small but real. Here's where the crash starts creeping in, and it's not what I expected. I thought I'd just pass out once the concerto wore off, but instead, it's this slow, heavy wave, like my body's finally cashing all the checks my brain wrote last night. I sink into the couch, the same one that's been my battleground, all night, and my eyelids start drooping. My tics are still there, but they're fading like a storm moving out to sea. Jake's watching me, sipping his coffee, and he's like, "You gonna make it, dude?" I nod, but it's more hope than certainty. I'm not out of the woods, but I'm close, and that's enough for now. By noon, the concerta's mostly out of my system, and I'm a zombie, but a functional one. My tics are down to a murmur. Occasional twitches, nothing dramatic, and my eyebrows have finally called it quits, thank God. My body's screaming for sleep, but I'm scared to lie down, worried I'll just stare at the ceiling again. Jake's still here scrolling his phone, and I'm hit with this urge to apologize for dragging him into my mess. I mumble, "Sorry for the craziness, man," and he just grins, saying, "Nah, this is one for the books." He's right. This is a story we'll laugh about later, but right now I'm too tired to see the humor. Let me wrap this up with the lesson, because every TIFU needs one, and mine's carved deep. I learned that night that my ADHD meds aren't a toy, a cheat code, or a Red Bull substitute. They're a tool, and tools can hurt you if you don't respect them. I pushed my body too far, ignored the warning signs, and paid the price in tics, panic, and a night I'll never forget. But I also learned I'm tougher than I thought, tough enough to ride out the storm, even when it felt like I'd break. And Jake? He's the real MVP, sticking by me when I was at my worst, reminding me that even in the chaos, I'm not alone. So that's my TIFU, folks. The night I turned Concerta into a horror movie and lived to tell the tale. I'm back to taking my meds the right way, sticking to my prescribed dose like it's the law. I haven't pulled an all-nighter since, and I'm not planning to anytime soon. My eyebrows are behaving, my tics are back to their usual low-key vibe, and I'm sleeping again. Thank the stars. But every now and then, when I catch myself staring at a ceiling corner or feel a twitch coming on, I'm right back in that living room, wired and wild, learning the hard way that some ideas are better left untested. Thanks for sticking with me through this, folks. If there's one thing to take away, it's this. Respect your body, respect your meds, and maybe don't try to outsmart your brain at 11 p.m. Until the next TIFU, Hopefully not mine. Keep your nights chill, your doses, right, and your eyebrows in check. Peace out. Alright folks, gather round because I'm about to take you on a wild ride through the dumbest thing I've ever let happen to me. I'm 18, I'm just trying to live my life, and somehow I ended up as the starring creep in a neighborhood drama I didn't sign up for. This is my TIFU moment, and it's not just a screw-up. It's a full-on cringe-inducing catastrophe that makes me want to yeet my phone into the sun. Picture this. 1 minute, I'm chilling with my friend talking about life, and the next he's hijacking my Instagram to send a love letter to a girl I've never met. Now I'm dodging dirty looks in my own neighborhood, and every time I open my app, I'm hit with a wave of shame so strong it could knock me out. Buckle up, because this is the story of how I became the accidental villain of my own life. Let's set the stage. It's a regular afternoon, and I'm hanging out with my buddy, let's call him Mike, at his place. We're sprawled on his couch, the kind that's seen better days, with a bag of chips between us and some random music playlist humming in the background. I'm not exactly in a great mood. Got rejected by a girl the day before, which, let me tell you, stings like stepping on a Lego barefoot. I'm not heartbroken or anything, but my ego's taken a hit, and I'm just trying to vibe, not think about girls or dating or any of that mess. Mike, though, he's got other plans. He's the kind of guy who thinks he's a life coach, always, pushing me to get out there or shoot my shot like we're in some cheesy teen movie. I'm not feeling it, but Mike, he's relentless. We're talking about random stuff, video games, school, whether pineapple on pizza is a crime, when Mike suddenly switches gears. Out of nowhere, he's like, "Yo, you gotta follow this girl on Instagram. Her name's, let's say N." I'm like, "Who?" Because I've never heard of this girl in my life. He's all, "She's cool, I know her from around. You'd like her." I'm sitting there, chip halfway to my mouth, thinking, bro, I'm not looking to date anyone right now, especially not some random girl I don't know. I tell him that straight up. "Nah, man, I'm good. I don't even know her." But Mike's not hearing it. He's got this gleam in his eye like he's about to pull off the prank of the century, and I'm already regretting being in the same room as him. Here's the first hook, folks, because this is where things start sliding downhill faster than a skateboard with no brakes. Mike starts grilling me like I'm on a game show. "Just follow her, man. Ask her what year she was born. Ask what music she likes, what shows she watches." I'm like, dude, why would I do that? I don't know her, she doesn't know me, and I'm not trying to slide into some stranger's DMs. I'm holding firm, or at least I think I am, but Mike's got this annoying superpower where he just keeps pushing until you cave. He's leaning forward now, all intense, saying, "Come on, live a little. What's the worst that could happen?" Famous last words, right? I'm shaking my head, trying to laugh it off, but he's not letting up, and I can feel my resolve crumbling like a stale cookie. I'm still saying no, but Mike's not taking it for an answer. He's like, "Fine. If you're too scared, give me your phone, I'll write something for you." Now I know this is a bad idea. I'm not an idiot, or at least I didn't think I was until this moment, my brain screaming, "Don't do it, man, keep your phone." But there's this part of me, this dumb, tired part, that's like, what's the harm? He's just gonna type something goofy and I'll delete it before he sends it. So I hesitate, my hand hovering over my phone like it's a live grenade. Mike's grinning, all, "Come on, trust me." And against every ounce of common sense I've got, I hand it over. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? Spoiler, everything. Here's where it all goes to hell, and I'm kicking myself just thinking about it. Mike snatches my phone like it's the prize in a claw machine, and he's typing so fast I can't even see the screen. I'm like, "Wow, yo, what are you writing? Let me see." But he's holding it out of reach, laughing like a cartoon villain. I'm starting to panic now, because Mike's got this look like he's about to do something epically stupid. I lunge for the phone, but he's dodging me, still typing, and then he says out loud like he's proud of it, "I've seen you around the neighborhood a few times. You really caught my eye. I like you a lot." And before I can process the sheer cringe of those words, he hits send. Send. The message is gone, flying through the digital void to this girl I've never met, never seen, never even followed on. Instagram. I freeze. Like full-on deer in headlights, brain blue screen freeze. My mouth's open, but no words are coming out, because what do you even say when your friend just launched a love letter in your name to a complete stranger? I finally snap out of it and dive for the phone. But it's too late. Mike's holding it up like a trophy, cackling, and I'm yelling, "Bro, what? Why would you do that?" I managed to yank the phone back, and there it is, staring at me from my DMs. That message, glowing like a neon sign of my doom. "I've seen you around the neighborhood a few times. You really caught my eye. I like you a lot. I want to scream, cry, and move to another continent all at once. This isn't just bad, it's catastrophic. Let me break this down because the horror's in the details. First, I've never seen this girl a few times. I don't even know what she looks like. Second, this message is so over the top. It's like something out of a bad rom-com, except I'm not the charming lead. I'm the guy who's about to be labeled a creep. Third, I don't even follow her, so this is coming out of nowhere like a random dude parachuting into her DMs with a love confession. And fourth, I'm already stinging from that rejection yesterday, so the last thing I need is another reason to feel like the universe is laughing at me. I'm staring at my phone, my heart pounding like it's trying to escape my chest, and Mike's just sitting there grinning like he's done me a favor. But wait, it gets worse. Because of course, it does. I'm still processing this when my phone buzzes with a message from another friend. Let's call him Sam. He's like, "Yo, what's up with you messaging N? She just told me to tell you to stop texting her. She thinks it's weird." My stomach drops so fast it's halfway to the earth's core. She's already talking to people about it. She's telling our mutual friend I'm some weirdo who's creeping on her. I want to explain, to scream. It wasn't me. It was Mike. But who's gonna believe that? It's my account, my name, my stupid face tied to that message. I'm screwed and I know it. Let me paint the scene because this moment's burned into my brain like a bad tattoo. Mike's couch is lumpy. The room smells like stale chips and his cheap cologne, and the playlist's now on some sad acoustic song that feels like it's mocking me. My phone's in my hand, the screen glowing with that cursed DM, and I'm sweating like I just ran a mile. Mike's still chuckling, saying, "Chill, bro, it's funny." But I'm not laughing. I'm picturing N showing her friends the message, all of them whispering about the weird guy who thinks he's in love with her. I'm picturing myself walking down my street, wondering if she's there, warning people to steer clear of me. My neighborhood, my safe space, suddenly feels like a minefield. That's where I'm gonna leave you for now, folks, because this story's got more layers of cringe than I can handle in one go. Will I find a way to fix this mess? Will Mike ever stop being the worst wingman in history? And how do I survive the shame of being the neighborhood creep? You'll find out in part 2, if I get the green light. Until then, take it from me. Never, ever let your friend touch your phone. Keep your DMs locked and maybe don't trust anyone who thinks I like you a lot is a good opener. Stay tuned. Welcome back, folks, to the cringe fest that is my life, where I'm now the unofficial creep of my neighborhood thanks to one monumentally dumb decision. If you missed part 1, here's the deal. I'm 18, fresh off a rejection, and just trying to chill with my friend Mike when he decides to play Cupid with my Instagram. He grabs my phone, sends a wildly over-the-top message to a girl I've never met, N, claiming I've seen her around and like her a lot, and hits send before I can stop him. Now N's telling mutual friends I'm weird and I'm staring at my DMs like they're a crime scene. This is part 2 of my TIFU saga, and let me tell you, the fallout's just getting started, and it's messier than a spilled Slurpee on a hot day. I'm still at Mike's place, sitting on his lumpy couch, my phone burning a hole in my hand. That message, "I've seen you around the neighborhood a few times, you really caught my eye, I like you a lot," is glowing on my screen like a neon sign of my doom. My heart's pounding, my face is hot, and Mike's laughing like he just pulled off the prank of the century. I'm yelling, "Bro, why? This isn't funny." But he's doubled over, wheezing, saying, "Chill, man, it's just a joke. She'll think it's cute." Cute? Cute? This is about as cute as a raccoon in your trash can at 3 a.m. I'm freaking out because not only is this message a lie, I've never seen N in my life. But it's so intense it sounds like I've been stalking. And then there's Sam's text, the one that hit like a gut punch. N told him to tell me to stop texting her because it's weird. I'm screwed, and Mike's acting like it's no big deal. Here's the first hook. because this is where I start. Spiraling into damage control mode, and it's not pretty. I'm staring at my phone, trying to figure out how to fix this, but my brain's like a hamster on a broken wheel, running fast, going nowhere. I could message N again, explain it. Was Mike, but how do I even start? Hey, sorry, my friend stole my phone and confessed my undying love, lol. Yeah, that'll go over great. She'll probably think I'm doubling down on the creep vibe. I could delete the message, but Instagram's not that kind. It's already marked as seen, and she's probably screenshotted it for her group chat, where they're all roasting the weird guy who thinks he's in a rom-com. I glance at Mike, who's now scrolling his phone like nothing happened, and I'm torn between punching him and begging for advice. I go with the latter because I'm not a fighter, just a guy who's really good at screwing up. Mike, I say, my voice all shaky. What do I do now? She thinks I'm a creep. He looks up, still smirking, and goes, just own it, bro. Say it was a dare or something. Girls like confidence. I want to scream. Confidence? This isn't confidence, it's a train wreck, and I'm the conductor. I'm picturing N telling everyone she knows about the random dude who DM'd her, out of nowhere. And now I'm wondering if I'll have to wear a hoodie and sunglasses just to walk to the corner store. My neighborhood's not huge. People talk and word spreads faster than Wi-Fi. I'm already imagining her friends giving me side-eye, whispering, that's the guy who's obsessed with N. I'm not obsessed. I didn't even want to message her. But try explaining that when your name's attached to that message. Let me paint the scene because this moment's got a vibe that's equal parts panic and humiliation. Mike's living room is a mess. Chip bags, soda cans, a random sock on the floor that I'm pretty sure isn't his. The air smells like teenage boy energy, all Axe body spray and regret. The couch is sagging under me and the music's still playing, some upbeat pop song that feels like it's mocking my misery. My phone's in my lap, the Instagram app open to that cursed DM, and every time I glance at it I feel like I'm gonna puke. Mike sprawled out, oblivious, while I'm sitting there, heart racing, trying to calculate how many people N's told by now. Outside, the world's going on like normal. Birds chirping, cars passing, but in here it's like I'm trapped in a bad sitcom, and the laugh track's aimed at me. Here's where things take a turn, because I decide I can't just sit here and let this fester. I text Sam back, hoping he can help me clear this up. I type, yo, that message wasn't me. Mike sent it as a joke, can you tell N? My hands are shaking and I'm praying Sam's got my back. He's a good guy, but he's also friends with N, and I'm worried he's already decided I'm the bad guy. I hit send and wait, staring at my phone like it's gonna sprout wings and fly away. Minutes drag by. 5, 10, 15, and no reply. I'm refreshing my messages like a maniac, each second feeling like a year. Mike's like, relax, she'll get over it. But I'm not relaxed. I'm picturing N blocking me, her friends blocking me, maybe even her dog giving me the stink eye if I pass her house. Finally, Sam texts back, and it's not the lifeline I was hoping for. He's like, dude, she's kind of freaked out. She said it was super random and creepy. I told her you're not like that, but she's not really buying it. My heart sinks lower than my grades in math last semester. Not buying it? Of course. She's not buying it. Who would? It's my account, my name, my stupid profile pic of me grinning like an idiot at the beach. There's no way to prove Mike sent it without sounding like I'm making excuses. I show Mike the text, hoping he'll feel bad, but he just shrugs and goes, tough break, man. Maybe next time you'll listen to me sooner. Listen to him? Listen to him? I'm ready to yeet him into the next zip code, but I'm too busy panicking to do anything but glare. Here's another hook, because this is where the shame really starts to settle in, like a fog I can't shake. I'm thinking about my neighborhood, now the place where I've lived my whole life. It's not some big city, it's tight-knit, the kind of place where you know your neighbors and gossip spreads like wildfire. I'm picturing walking to the park, grabbing snacks at the gas station, or just chilling on my porch, and suddenly N's there, or her friends, or someone who's heard the story. I'm imagining them whispering, pointing, maybe even laughing. I didn't ask for this. I didn't want to message her, follow her, or even know she existed. But thanks to Mike, I'm now the guy who likes her a lot, and there's no Ctrl+Z for real life. I try to distract myself by scrolling Instagram, But big mistake. Every post, every story feels like it's judging me. I see N's profile, because of course I'm a glutton for punishment, and she's posted a vague story, just a black screen with text. Some people need to chill, LOL. Is that about me? Probably. My stomach twists and I slam. My phone face down like it's radioactive. I'm starting to wonder if I should just delete my account, change my name, and move to Antarctica. Mike's still acting like it's no big deal, saying, "Bro, at least I tried to help you out." Help? Help? This is the opposite of help. This is like throwing me into a pool and saying, "At least I tried to teach you to swim." I'm spiraling, but I'm not giving up yet. I'm thinking maybe I can talk to N in person, not to confess. My love, God, no, but to apologize, explain, clear my name. But how do I even find her? I don't know her schedule, her school, or even what she looks like. And what if she sees me coming and thinks I'm escalating the creep factor? I'm stuck, trapped in this mess with no clear way out and Mike's useless advice ringing in my ears. I'm just a kid trying to survive high school. Not some master manipulator, but try telling that to the rumor mill once it starts churning. That's where I'm leaving you folks, because this story's got more twists than a soap opera, and I'm still neck deep in the drama. Will I find a way to fix this? Will Mike ever take responsibility, or is he just gonna keep laughing? And what happens when I inevitably run into N or her friends? You'll find out in part 3, assuming I get the go-ahead. Until then, keep your phone close and your friends closer, especially the ones who think they're funny. Trust me, it's safer that way. Here we are, folks, diving back into the dumpster fire that is my life, where I'm now dodging imaginary pitchforks in my own neighborhood thanks to a single, catastrophic Instagram DM. If you're just catching up, let me paint the picture. I'm 18, still licking my wounds from a rejection when my so-called friend Mike decides to play rogue matchmaker. He grabs my phone, sends a girl I've never met, let's call her N, a message saying I've seen her around and like her a lot, and hits send before I can stop him. Now N's telling our mutual friend Sam I'm a creep, and I'm spiraling, wondering if I'll ever walk my streets without feeling like a wanted poster. This is part 3 of my TIFU tale, and trust me, the shame's piling up faster than laundry in a dorm room. I'm still at Mike's place, the scene of the crime. My phone practically glued to my hand as I stare at that cursed DM. My heart's doing somersaults and Mike's acting like he deserves a medal for trying to help. Sam's text is haunting me. N's freaked out, thinks I'm some random weirdo, and my half-baked explanation that Mike sent the message didn't land. I'm picturing her group chat lighting up, her friends cackling over the neighborhood stalker who's apparently obsessed with her. I'm not obsessed. I didn't even know her name until Mike brought her up. But try convincing anyone of that when your Instagram handle's tied to a message that sounds like it was written by a lovesick poet with no chill. Here's the first hook, because this is where I try to take control of the narrative. And let's just say it's like trying to steer a bike with no handlebars. I'm pacing Mike's living room, dodging chip bags and his questionable sock collection, my brain in overdrive. I need to fix this, but how? I could DM N again, but that risks digging the hole deeper. Another message from me might as well come with a neon sign saying creep alert. I could ask Sam to vouch for me harder, but he's already tried, and N's not buying it. I even consider making my Instagram private and pretending this never happened, but that feels like waving a white flag. Mike's no help sprawled on the couch saying, "Just wait it out, bro, people forget." Forget? This isn't forgetting territory. This is whispered about at the gas station territory. I decide to lean on Sam because he's my only link to N, and maybe my only shot at clearing my name. I text him again, laying it all out. "Dude, I swear, Mike took my phone and sent that. I don't even know N. Can you please tell her it was a prank?" I'm typing so fast my thumbs are cramping, and I'm praying Sam's got enough clout with her to make this stick. I'm also praying he doesn't think I'm lying, because the last thing I need is another friend side-eyeing me. I hit send and wait, my stomach churning like I ate expired yogurt. Mike's watching me, still smirking, and I'm this close to yeeting his phone out the window just to feel something else. "You're stressing too much," he says, and I snap, "Yeah, because you made me the bad guy in a story I didn't write." Let me set the vibe because this moment's got a texture that's all panic and teenage dread. Mike's place is a mess, the air thick with the smell of stale snacks and his overzealous body spray. The couch is sagging under me, the music's now some lo-fi beat that's doing nothing for my nerves, and my phone's screen is burning my eyes with that DM I can't unsee. Outside, the neighborhood's alive, kids on bikes, someone mowing their lawn. But in here, it's like I'm trapped in a bubble of my own making. I'm imagining N walking past my house, her friends giggling, maybe even her parents hearing about the weird kid who's got a crush. My street, my sanctuary, feels like it's turning on me, and I'm just a guy who wanted to eat chips and chill. Here's where things get stickier, because Sam finally texts back, and it's a mixed bag. He's like, I told her it was a prank, but she's still weirded out. She said it's not just the message, it's that it came from nowhere. Maybe just leave it for now. Leave it? Leave it? That's like telling me to leave a grease fire burning in the kitchen. I'm freaking out because weirded out is not the same as forgiven or forgotten. I'm picturing N checking her phone every 5 minutes, waiting for another creepy DM from me, when all I want is to erase myself from her radar. I show Mike the text, hoping for once he'll take this seriously, but he just laughs. See? I told you, wait it out. She'll move on. I'm glaring at him thinking, you caused this and you're acting like it's a TikTok trend. Now I'm wrestling with a new fear. What if this spreads beyond N's friends? My neighborhood's small, people know each other, and gossips like oxygen around here. I'm imagining running into N at the park or the store, her giving me that look, the one that says, stay away. Or worse, what if she posts about it? Not her vague, some people need to chill story, but something direct like, this guy DM'd me out of nowhere, watch out. My Instagram's not private, and my profile's got my real name, my face, my life. I'm not famous or anything, but in a place like this, you don't need to be. One post, one rumor, and I'm the guy everyone's whispering about. Here's another hook, because this is where I make a questionable move that could either save me or sink me deeper. I'm thinking about finding N in person. Not to be weird, but to apologize, explain, maybe show her I'm not the creep she thinks I am. It's a long shot because I don't know where she hangs out, what she looks like, or if she'd even listen. But I'm desperate, and sitting here refreshing my DMs isn't helping. I ask Sam if he knows where she might be, casually, like I'm not losing my mind. He's like, why? You're not gonna show up somewhere, are you? That'd make it worse. I'm like, no, just curious. But inside, I'm deflating. He's right. Showing up uninvited would be pouring gasoline on this fire, but doing nothing feels like surrender. And I'm not ready to give up my neighborhood to a misunderstanding. I'm starting to feel like I'm in one of those teen novels where the main character's life unravels over one dumb mistake. Except, there's no quirky best friend to fix it or cute resolution by the last chapter. Mike's still useless, cracking jokes about how I should lean into it and send her flowers or some nonsense. I'm ignoring him, but his laughter's like nails on a chalkboard, reminding me how I got here. I'm thinking about my rejection from the day before, how it hurt but didn't feel like this. This is public, humiliating, a stain I can't scrub off. I'm just a kid trying to figure out who I am, and now I'm wondering if creep is going to be my label for the rest of high school. That's where I'm leaving you folks, because this mess is thicker than a milkshake and twice as hard to swallow. Will I find a way to clear my name? Will Mike ever stop being the worst? And what happens if I run into N before I can fix this? You'll find out in part 4, assuming I get the green light. Until then, guard your phone like it's the nuclear codes, and maybe don't trust friends who think pranks are a personality trait. Stay tuned. Alright folks, we're at the final chapter of my TIFU saga, where I've gone from an innocent 18-year-old just trying to eat chips with a friend to the neighborhood's most unwanted DM slinger, all because of one disastrous Instagram message. If you've been with me, you know the mess. My buddy Mike stole my phone and sent a girl I've never met, and a message saying I've seen her around and like her a lot, turning me into an instant creep in her eyes. She's told our mutual friend Sam I'm weird. The rumor mill's churning and I'm avoiding my own streets like I'm in witness protection. This is part 4, the end of the line, and let me tell you, it's a bumpy road to redemption. But I'm learning some hard truths along the way. I'm still at Mike's, my phone a ticking time bomb of shame, that cursed DM staring back at me like a bad report card. Sam's latest text is a gut punch. N's not buying my "it was a prank" excuse, and she's freaked out by the randomness of it all. Mike's still acting like this is a hilarious prank, saying I should wait it out, while I'm picturing my social life imploding faster than a bad TikTok trend. I'm pacing his living room, the air thick with chip dust and my own panic, trying to figure out how to salvage my reputation. I'm not a creep, I'm not obsessed, but that message, sent from my account, under my name, has painted me as the guy you warn your friends about. I'm 18, still figuring out who I am, and now I'm wondering if neighborhood weirdo is my new identity. Here's the first hook, because this is where I decide I can't just hide and hope this blows over. I've got to act even if it scares the hell out of me. I'm done relying on Mike, who's clearly allergic to accountability, and Sam's doing his best, but he's not a miracle worker. I'm thinking about apologizing to N directly, not through DMs. That's a trap, but maybe through Sam, or if I'm brave enough, in person. The idea makes my stomach lurch, because what if she thinks I'm escalating the creep factor? But doing nothing feels worse, like letting the rumor mill write my story for me. I take a deep breath, ignore Mike's latest dumb suggestion to send her a meme, and text Sam again. Can you ask N if I can apologize? Like, not to be weird, just to clear things up? I'm shaking as I hit send, praying Sam doesn't think I'm digging myself deeper. While I wait for a reply, I'm wrestling with the weight of this mess. It's not just about N, it's about me, about how one dumb moment can make you question everything. I'm thinking about the rejection I got the day before this all went down, how it hurt but didn't feel like this. That was private, just me and my bruised ego. This is public, a spectacle, and it's not even my fault, except it is because I handed Mike my phone. I'm mad at him, sure, but I'm madder at myself for letting it happen. I glance at Mike, who's now playing some mobile game, oblivious, and I realize he's not gonna fix this. He's not even sorry. Bro, you gotta chill, he says, not looking up. Chill? I'm about as chill as a cat in a thunderstorm. Let me paint the scene, because this moment's got a pulse that's all teenage angst and desperation. Mike's living room is a shrine to bad decisions. Empty soda cans, a pizza box with one sad slice left, and that sock on the floor that's starting to feel like a metaphor for my life. The music's off now, the silence heavy, and my phone's in my hand, its screen a window to my downfall. Outside, the neighborhood's buzzing, kids laughing, a car honking. But in here, it's just me, my racing heart, and the ghost of that DM. I'm picturing my street, the park, the gas station, all the places I used to walk without a second thought, now tainted by the fear that N's out there, telling everyone I'm trouble. I'm just a kid, not a villain. But try telling that to a rumor mill in overdrive. Here's where things shift, because Sam finally texts back, and it's a sliver of hope in this dumpster fire. He's like, I talked to N. She's still weirded out, but she said you can send a short apology through me. No DMs though. She doesn't want more messages. It's not perfect, but it's something. A crack in the wall I've been banging, my head against. I'm so relieved I almost cry, but I play it cool, muttering, okay, cool. Like my whole world didn't just hinge on that text. I start typing an apology to send through Sam, my hands shaky but determined. Hey N, I'm really sorry about that message. My friend sent it as a prank without my permission. I don't know you and didn't mean to freak you out. Won't happen again. I read it 100 times, tweaking words, making sure it's not too much or too little. I show it to Mike, hoping for once he'll be useful, but he just shrugs. Sounds fine, send it. I roll my eyes and send it to Sam, who promises to pass it along. Now I'm in limbo, waiting to hear if N accepts my apology or if I'm still persona non grata. I'm trying to distract myself, but every notification makes my heart jump, and opening Instagram feels like stepping on a landmine. I'm avoiding N's profile now. I don't need to see another vague story that might be about me. Mike's still acting like this is all a big joke and I'm done with him for the day. I grab my stuff, tell him I'm heading home, and he's like, "You're still mad? It's not a big deal." Not a big deal? This is my life, not a prank video. I walk out, the afternoon sun hitting me like a spotlight, and I'm hyper-aware of every person on the street wondering if they've heard, if they're judging. Here's the final hook, because this is where I start to see the bigger picture, even through the haze of shame. I'm walking home, my neighborhood feeling both familiar and hostile, and I'm thinking about trust, about boundaries, about how one moment can ripple out and change everything. I'm mad at Mike, but I'm also mad at myself for not standing my ground, for handing over my phone when I knew it was a bad idea. I'm thinking about N too, how she didn't ask for this either, how she's probably just trying to live her life without random guys blowing up her DMs. I'm starting to realize this isn't just about clearing my name. It's about growing up, about learning to say no, to protect my space, even from friends. By the time I get home, Sam texts again. N said thanks for the apology. She's still not thrilled, but she believes it wasn't you. Just give her space. It's not a victory lap, but it's enough. I'm not the neighborhood creep anymore, at least not to her. The rumors might still float around, but they'll fade. Because that's how small towns work. I block Mike on my phone for a few days, not because I hate him, but because I need a break from his chaos. I'm still cringing every time I open Instagram, but I don't delete my account. I'm not running from this, I'm learning slowly that mistakes don't define you, they just teach you if you let them. So, that's my TIFU, folks. The day I let my friend turn my Instagram into a weapon and almost lost my reputation in the process. I'm back to walking my streets, a little more cautious, a little wiser. I haven't seen N, and I don't plan to. She deserves her peace, and I'm not that guy. Mike and I are cool now, but he's on a short leash and my phone's staying in my pocket. Life's messy, especially when you're 18, but it's also forgiving if you own your screw-ups and keep moving. Thanks for riding this out with me. Until the next TIFU, hopefully not mine, keep your friends in check, your DMs clean, and your trust on lockdown. Peace out.